Hello. Hi, everyone. Happy Friday. Hey, Prince Petty.
Hey, what's up?
Nothing much. How are you?
Oh, wait, what?
Girl, how are you?
I'm well. What's up?
Nada. Hey, Sober Bobo. Hey, everyone in the chat. Are you coming on camera?
Of course.
This is, we have serious business to get into. I can't play with you today. The
Oh,
childish games are over.
so you didn't ask what's up with me. So
What is up with you?
you said, what's up? What did you say?
Wait, do you miss those text messages? Wait, who is this?
Oh, no. Did they find my text?
I don't know. How are you?
No, it's like specifically what's up. It's a Black American thing. So we greet each other sometimes, and instead of saying hi or hello, we'll be like, what's up?
Oh,
Sometimes we'll say that to each other and whatnot.
got it. Um, have you? Oh, they meant the Halle Bailey text messages. Before we get into what we're talking about, have you been following along with the DDG Halle Bailey thing?
Yeah, I saw some stuff.
Oh. Any thoughts? Are you coming online?
I just feel like you haven't.
Camera. Sorry.
I just feel like you haven't asked me what's up.
I
Nothing
did
else.
ask you. How are you?
How are you and what's up are different. So it feels like you're rejecting my culture.
What's up?
Oppression is up.
Are you gonna wear that? Are you gonna? Are you, are you, are you gonna wear that?
Yep.
Period. It
Our
looks
fist
nice.
should be up. That's what's up,
Mm.
brother.
Um, have you been watching the DDG and Halle Bailey thing?
Yeah. Salami, eggs, and bacon.
Any thoughts before we
Um,
start?
no new thoughts. Hoping that they have a good trip to Italy. I heard she was going to shoot some
Tomorrow.
movies and stuff and make a lot of money with her baby.
Yeah, I tomorrow. I'm gonna. I think I'm gonna do a live stream tomorrow. On it. I feel like I'm gonna do a. Hello, my brother. Just moving up the letter board. Period. The leader.
So I've seen a little bit of discourse. I know he filed some stuff that was rejected. So
That's all that matters.
that's all that matters.
Yeah.
Do you want
That
to talk
whatever
about the
he
stuff that
filed
was
got
rejected?
rejected. One small thing. It is strange to me. For me, it is strange for me to see someone go 3 years back to highlight text messages to say that a woman is unstable and therefore incapable of taking care of the child, but only doing it now in response to her filing. And it is in like I think it's kind of insane to watch people in the media point out, oh, he's afraid for his son. He's afraid for his son. He's trying to protect his son. It's like, is he though? Because y'all are liars. Yeah, I feel like y'all are liars, and you know you're liars. So like, I don't know how to engage. I don't know how to engage with people who are just straight up lying to us and to themselves.
I'm reserving my full commentary until I read everything. But from what I did read, it didn't match the discourse I was seeing because it looked like um, if you think she's mentally unstable 3 years ago, um, and she's telling you in the text to take the baby, for example, and you don't, and this is your evidence to the judge today.
If you are repeating exactly word for word what I just said, I'm gonna have a problem because that meant you did not hear a word I just said.
Look, maybe the hat's tight.
Wait, were you literally gonna repeat word for word what I just said? Say, how would you bring it up now? When you could have brought it up 3 years ago if you care about
No.
the safety of your child.
No, that's not what I was going to say.
All right.
I was going to say this feels like not good evidence that you want custody. Like someone was wanting to give you your child and you said no. You're bringing this up 3 days before she's flying out. This seems retaliatory, not like a legitimate plea for custody. And even if it's not retaliatory,
Actually, is that different from what I was saying?
You did say that. I did hear you say, but even if this isn't retaliatory, my thoughts were that he filed this, and I thought it was going to get rejected. I didn't think he filed it in retaliation. I actually thought he filed it because he knew that it would get headlines. I didn't know if there was going to be any legitimate evidence in it once I looked through it or anything like that. I just thought he wanted the headlines, like when Shannon Sharp came out and said, "Oh, she's an OnlyFans model and she wanted it, and look at all of these nasty messages she sent." I think he wanted more to do something publicly to slander her image and say, look at how crazy she is, more than he actually wanted evidence in the courtroom. So
I'm with you. I agree. I do Grand Rising Kings, Kufi Thoughts, and Incense Dream. Period. Kufi. How do you say it? Kufi or Kofi? Is it Kufi?
Yeah, it's Kufi.
All right. So I will do a live stream tomorrow on I think on DDG and Halle Bailey. I really want to get into that. Any final thoughts on that before we get into how we can help men and the fact that men are in need and crying out? I did a PowerPoint, but it got corrupted, and I should have kept updating the Google Doc, but I started doing a PowerPoint, and anyway, any final thoughts here?
Nope.
All right. Well, good luck, Halle. Go overseas and dip it in Zoet. And DDG can go, I don't know what he can go do, but like whatever he was doing, he can continue doing it. whatever he was doing, he can go back to doing it because anybody got time.
Is he defending himself or does he have a team? Do you know? Is he defending himself or does he have a team?
What do you mean a team? He has a team of lawyers.
Okay, yeah.
Given to him by Aiden Ross, apparently.
Oh, Your Honor, look at her reaction to my abuse. Clearly, this woman is unfit to be a parent. It's a wild defense, I feel like.
It is a wild defense.
In a court of law.
It is a wild defense, but not only is it wild, it is the way, for me, every time something like this happens, I'm very taken aback. I'm usually taken aback by the way that the audience and the public generally consume and like engages with it. I'm always saddened by the fact that like every time I think we are better than that, something like the Megan Thee Stallion story pops back up, and then I'm outside of my bubble engaging with people in the broader society, and I'm like, oh wait, I am in a bubble. Like I'm reminded every single time that I'm in a bubble where people have sense. Because outside in the real world, they don't have sense. And I know they're wrong. I know they don't have sense because they don't come back and they can't defend their argument when challenged. For example, Megan Thee Stallion. When someone says, oh, Megan lied on Tory, Kelsey's the one who shot Megan and Megan is lying on Tory, I'm like, all right, either you're saying Megan do not know who shot her, which is your best argument, or you are saying that Megan knew that a woman, her friend, shot her. They were fighting, and she decided to send the person who was trying to protect her, because that's the argument. Tory Lanez was trying to protect her, and so he sent the protector to prison. She lied, and the person who shot her is now in the general public, not facing any consequence, and she just lied on an innocent man, while the woman who shot her is just free, and she just decided not to. Like, that doesn't make sense. That is an argument, does not make sense.
Side note, the protector thing has to be studied, because the way this article about DDG alleging abuse came out, and immediately I saw in the comments, he was trying to protect her image.
That is an insane proposition.
All these years, he was playing checkers. He didn't want to slander her image. Mind you, this man arguing with an AI, calling her all types of curse word in his music, but he's trying to protect her image. Sorry, you can go back to Tory and them.
No. I mean, we're jumping all over the place. It feels like people are like bending backwards to like provide, like, fight for these men. And I think this brings us squarely into bell hooks. I think this brings us squarely. Your title diabolical. I think this brings us squarely into discussing bell hooks. So let's hit the intro, come back, and let's talk about bell hooks and the will to change and Black men and men generally, and the fact that apparently feminists aren't doing enough to help men, because feminists were too preoccupied with themselves. And bell hooks believe that the problem with feminism is that it didn't focus enough on men. And this, by the way, this book, The Will to Change, is why men consistently cite bell hooks, men who read. But let's do it.
Do they read it though? If
I
ask, what did you think about the marble story? Do you think they would be like, wow, it was such a traumatic event? Or do you think they'd be like, oh, I don't remember it, even though it seemed like a pivotal moment?
Okay. I think the PhD people read it. I think the general populace of men did not read bell hooks. I think they keep citing to it the way they cite to the Moynihan report. The difference is they are correct in their assessment of bell hooks, where they weren't in the assessment of the Moynihan report. You don't think they read it?
Oh, the academics?
Yeah, the PhD people who
there was a point where I was reading it. I can't remember exactly which part. And I just realized today there are two different versions of the book or more. But in chapter 3-ish, maybe, of my book, there's a part where maybe I wrote it in my notes. I was like, this FD.
That wannabe that got roasted by Halle AI, period.
All right. Like verbatim. I was like, nah, he read this line off. I remember him saying this.
Okay. I think to be a bell hooksian, that's my term now, to be a bell hooksian type scholar, you have to be a liar. I think you have to fundamentally lie about womanhood. You have to fundamentally lie about manhood. You have to engage in a kind of self-defeatist
lie. Go ahead.
Lie.
Mm-hmm.
You want me to tell you one of the lies?
Go ahead.
Well, go ahead doing what?
No, I'm listening before I respond.
I think you have to fundamentally lie. I think you have to lie about the state of manhood, the state of womanhood, the psychological and physical pain that men and women go through. I don't think it is a misunderstanding. I don't think it is a wanting to connect. I think it is a straight up lie. And I come to this conclusion because bell hooks divides two types of feminism in this book that we will get into. And she discusses one of them as male hating and the other one is male centered. I know she doesn't say it's male centered, but her type of feminism is male centered. Go ahead.
I want to believe Belle is not lying. It feels like she steps. Lying, I feel like, is intentional. This feels like delusion.
All right, pause. Question. Do you remember the story of Bell Hooks? Hopefully, I didn't dream this. In the book, she said that her partner was beating her and abusing her. And when she, trigger warning for everyone, I need to put this up front, trigger warning. She said her partner was beating her, abusing her, whatever. And when she went to her mom and everyone told her to stay. Everyone was telling her to stay in the relationship. Do you remember this?
I could find citations to this. I couldn't find it in my version, even though the citations I found said that it was in my version, as well as every version of this book.
All right, so it is in there, right?
Yeah.
At the end of the book, she says, time and time again, when I struggled to do the work of love with a male partner who was not changing, I was told to give up on him, to kick him to the curb. I was told I was wasting my time. This is a lie. This is
No, it's delusion. No, it's not a lie. It's delusion.
That is a lie. No, people weren't telling you to leave him. People were telling you to stay with him.
It's delusion. It's not a lie.
How is that not a lie?
A lie to me implies maliciousness.
This is malicious.
I believe she's just in limerence.
So you are telling me in the front of the book, you said, everyone told me to stay in these toxic relationships. Wait, and in the back of the book, you say everyone told me to leave.
I wrote, well, you don't even have to go from the front to the back of the book. I wrote like a really detailed of the first couple pages. She's contradicting herself. It feels like in every paragraph that I read. In every chapter, in every paragraph, you just turn the page to see the contradiction everywhere. I believe you can't be doing this intentionally. I don't believe you can write like this intentionally. I believe
no, the intention that I don't think she's contradicting herself intentionally. I think she's lying to protect male ego intentionally. If you sit there and you go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you were in the middle.
If you sit there and you say, everyone told me to leave when a man is broken, and no, people literally didn't tell you to leave, they were telling you to stay, that's a lie.
Let me tell you the difference between a lie and delusion. Delusion is, you remember the CDC study on involved fathers?
Mm-hmm.
That's delusion. That is wanting to believe in something that is, we proved all the rumors wrong. We wanted to believe this so desperately, and here it is. We were grasping for anything. We desperately wanted to prove this wrong. We're going to do a follow-up study and we will get back to you. The follow-up study that never happened, that was a lie.
All right.
At that point, they knew what they were doing.
If, however, you said...
and wanted to cover it up.
All right. Even if I concede that your distinction between delusion and lie is correct.
Colloquially, I don't know the actual definition.
No, it's fine. I am saying that that's not the case here. What would be an analogous situation is if you're like, well, it's not a lie because they went out, they did the research and found that they weren't the most involved fathers, and then wrote that they are the most involved father because they only focused on the people that were involved fathers. That's a lie. Or at least intellectual dishonesty.
Do you feel that there was a lack of
citation? Yes.
Empirical rigor, yes. And an over-reliance on anecdote.
Yes, she overly relied on anecdote, and then she contradicted her anecdote with her own anecdotes, which is insane to do.
I believe, had there been more research and data in this book and we got the same result that we got, I believe this would be intentional lying. But because it was anecdotal, I believe
So
she
you're
leaned
saying
heavily
I
into
can
theory. Mhm.
sorry, I cut you off. I didn't mean to. I apologize. Go ahead.
I believe she like over relied on theory. And because of that, she can get away, in my mind, with delusion.
Her first statement is every female wants to be loved by a male.
Okay, also, one of my critiques was I believe she is taking her own personal experiences and she's generalizing for every woman. Let me see the exact line that I wrote. Because it was a bar. It was actually a bar. It was actually a bar. I wrote something that someone said to me when I was a child. You skipped ahead. I thought we were going to go from chapter to chapter,
Oh,
and we
we're
were
going to
gonna...
go from we can go back to the first chapter. We can go chapter by chapter.
No, this is important. I have to find this. I have to find this one line because it was important. I don't know how to search a Word document. I'm quite embarrassed.
While you are searching your Word document, let me say this. I don't think this was well-meaning. I don't think this is well-intentioned. I think this is projection. That's projection. I think this book
I do.
is a way for her to address the feminists who called her male-centered and male-identified.
Agree.
I think Bell Hooks got mad because one of the things that she does in this book is she drags feminism for filth. But not all feminism, right? A reformist feminist, she drags. But what's the other one she called? Transformative feminism. Let me find this. This is very annoying to me because if you have a problem, take your problem out on the people you have a problem with, but don't write a book talking about how feminists should do the deep work to get men to become softer and kinder while you're telling them that men don't read. That's what she said. She also said that men aren't engaged in the work and men won't provide space for other men to talk and engage. So the implication there is that women need to do it, while also saying men don't listen to women, men don't like women, men don't love women, men want to dominate women, and that men are broken. And the reason men attack women is because they're broken. And if you can learn to forgive these men, you can learn to love these men, and you can love these men back to wholeness. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Nope, 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 nope. She called them man-hating feminists. That's the phrase I was looking for. Man-hating feminists. Did you find it yet? Did you control find?
Yeah. So let me see. Bell starts by saying every female wants to be loved by a male. She includes gay, straight, bi, celibate women. She says hetero women want the love of a male partner, emotionally starved female. She used the word female a lot. Are seeking, she uses male too, so whatever. But are seeking male love. And Bell, I fear this is a self-read. I fear. I remember reading this Facebook post growing up, right? I remember this very vividly. Speaking of Facebook, I got this puzzle. I can't wait.
Get to the book. What are you doing?
This is called Bold and Brash. Okay, more like belong in the trash. Got it. Got it. But this post, I remember this very vividly. This man wrote something like, "Don't act like we wasn't all boo-booing in the shower and stumping it down the drain growing up." And he said it so confidently, as if we were all going to chime in and say, "Oh my God, yes, that's how we were all just hiding that and afraid to say it out loud." I think that's how Bell talks about feminists and feminism. Bell Hooks is male identified, centers men, wants desperately love for men and to be like to have her feelings reciprocated, and she assumes that all women feel this way.
Yeah, she says to speak our hunger. This is a quote. This is a quote.
Our.
To speak our hunger for male love would demand that we name the intensity of our lack and our loss. The male bashing that was so intense when contemporary feminists first surfaced more than 30 years ago was in part the rage cover up of the shame women felt, not because men refused to share their power, but because we could not seduce or entice men to share their emotion, to love us. So she said, y'all were mad because y'all were mad because y'all couldn't get these men to love you. Y'all were mad because you want love and couldn't get it. Mind you, there's nothing wrong with that, right? There's nothing wrong with wanting a specific thing and not getting it. What she's saying, though, is that all the abuse you feel, the subjugation you feel, the lack of rights, you did not have access to your rights that you did not have access to. She's boiling that down to your rage is because of lack of love. Not your rage is because you don't have the rights that were supposed to be granted to you as a human being because you weren't treated as a fully agentic being. It is because you wanted him to love you. And it had nothing to do with the fact that your rights were being stripped away from you and you were being subjugated. Go get out of my face. Get out of
Yeah.
get out of the way out of my face.
So I think she takes her experience, her feelings, she generalizes it unto all women with her language. The idea that other women don't center men never occurred to her. The idea that other women who may have previously centered men in their life and were unable to unlearn at least some patriarchal programming and begin centering themselves or maybe centering women collectively never occurred to her. She speaks as if females are scared to speak out about their love of men and their fear have fear of being mocked or pitied or shamed for their their thirst for men. Like the language she uses, I mean, it's not descriptive, but it is thirsty. She's lusting, I feel. And
Wait. You know that thirst you just said? I have to read another part because you just said the word thirsty. And I have a note here, but I won't tell you what my
and it
note is.
bothers me how we are all women. We just won't admit that we all thirst and lust for. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's it. But that quest is really satisfied. Usually, rage, grief, and unrelenting disappointment lead women and men to close off the parts of themselves that was hoping to be touched and healed by male love.
I'm not sure if it's in this book. Does she talk about because I read some other of her work. Does she talk about her husband and like their sex life in this book?
Not in detail.
Okay, I read some other stuff and I feel like this never mind.
So we're at chapter 1. That's where.
Sorry.
No,
Well,
you're
yeah,
fine.
maybe we'll get there.
She says, go ahead.
No, she says what?
Reformist feminists focus on male power, reinforced the notion that somehow males were powerful and had it all. Feminist writing did not tell us about the deep inner misery of man. It did.
So
Sorry. According to that, it did not tell us the terrible terror that gnaws at the soul when one cannot love. Women who envied men, their hard-headedness was not about to tell us the depth of male suffering. Now, here's the thing. She's sitting there and she is upset that feminists weren't writing and thinking deeply about the pain that men experience by having to abuse them. The feminists who are writing about women's subjugation, abuse, and lack of political, social, and economic power didn't write enough about the abuser's mental state for you and their inner suffering for you.
And she
Yeah, no,
refers
I'm good. Yeah, I'm good.
to their feminism as male bashing and male hating. And I didn't say it earlier, but when she says male bashing, I'm thinking feminists who historically have fought for like women's liberation, right? Voting and freeing yourself from your oppressor and owning property, bank account, maybe like not being considered your husband's property so that if he R's you, you can go to court, have recourse. And in contemporary times, maybe equal wages. I'm not sure what time period she's thinking about specifically when she's detailing all of this, but gender-based violence, it looks like, our culture, other things. And she reduces this rage that women rightfully have at their oppressors as male bashing.
Yeah.
Am I listening to the manosphere? Right. At this point is my thought. Does
No,
Bell? Mhm.
that is profoundly the problem. Like, I think the reason men hold so dearly to bell hooks and cite her so easily without explanation is because she speaks to the kinds of anger they have and perpetuate within the manosphere. I actually do believe there, I shouldn't say that. I think if the manosphere men really want to go in, they would start reading bell hooks. I can say that because I know they're not about to read. And they would, if they did, they would have arguments for their disdain.
And I think what upsets me, does Bell Hooks, I have not read all her work. Does she believe that Black people who complain about, I don't know, a system of white supremacy, for example, and that they live in, and the white people who are all too happy to uphold it or have no interest or urgency in changing it, do she call the Black people who complain about this like white people bashers?
White hating people. No. No, 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 no. That's the only time in this book, actually, I forgot what chapter, but I'll get there, where she juxtaposes, well, she explains first that the white patriarchal power is bad and we can fight it and all of that. And it is interesting because she can see white supremacy and the issue without telling Black people that they need to cuddle and care for people who are racist. But she cannot do the same thing as it relates to patriarchy. And I find that very interesting. That's a note that I have somewhere at the back of the book, though.
So this language and this rhetoric is something she reserves purely for women.
Yeah, yeah, because I think she believes you can do the emotional labor and that men won't. So good luck out there.
Secondly, I think when you say women are bashing men because they want men to quote unquote share power, the language again feels unusual because I'm thinking about it as liberation. So
Yeah.
sharing power, you're thinking about women who want men to what? Stop using physical and sexual violence against me. Stop discriminating against me based on my gender. So why use the term share power here? Seems unusual to me. And maybe this is a semantic argument, but it feels intentional on her part. So hopefully I'm not like over scrutinizing. It felt like one of those videos you watch on YouTube where you pause and take notes like every single 2 seconds. So are people fighting for a share in power, or are they simply do not want that power weaponized against them in like a equal fair shot in the system, right? Thirdly, it seems like alternative to that is women are bashing men to hide, seducing men into loving them, and failed at that. To which my response is, girl, what? The analysis of feminism seems elementary to me.
Yeah,
And
wait, but pause though. It's elementary because she is trashing a very specific kind of feminism. She's
but
talking
it's
about she call it reformist versus visionary feminists.
okay, you can trash it, but this is I feel that I could talk to my 6-year-old niece could write this, I feel. And I have expectations if you're critiquing as a Black feminist theorist, right? Like if I talk to a 6-year-old, oh, the girls are picking on you because that means they secretly like you. That's your analysis of
Yeah.
that was her full analysis, it feel like. At this point.
She says, let me read you this. The reality is that men are hurting. sorry, sorry. All right. Go ahead.
I'm reminded of Angela Davis and James Baldwin interview where she's asking him, we're both Black, and we both go out into the world where white supremacy puts his foot down on our neck every day. So why, when we come back into the Black community, do you continue to beat down on me when you know what it feels like? And his response is, well, we're hurt. What else are we supposed to do?
Yeah.
And while she expresses like disdain at this, ultimately the community continues to fight. Black women just continue to have the foot on their neck.
Yeah. Bell Hooks, like many Black women feminists of her time, hoped men would change behavior over time. As she deepened in Buddhist practice, she pivoted. She never pivoted. She passed it. Thank you, by the way. She passed it 69, I think it is. But she was dragging women all the way until she passed. I do like her, by the way. I like her a lot generally, but she never pivoted. She dragged women until, at least she dragged Beyonce until, you know what. The reality is that men are hurting, and that the whole culture responds to them by saying, please do not tell us what you feel. I have always been a fan, blah, 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 cartoon. He never talks about his feelings. And the women who can see the future says, at 2 p.m. all over the world, men will begin to talk about their feelings, and women all over the world will be sorry.
I think I wrote about that too. I was like, I could put this into Chat GPT and have Myron Gaines' voice read this out and tell me this ain't it. Put that sad music behind it that they be playing on the Manosphere TikToks and tell me this ain't just.
Yeah.
Women don't realize how much men hold inside every day.
She says, we construct a culture where male pain can have no voice, where male hurt cannot be named or healed.
Who is
Who
we?
is we? Who is we? Who is we?
Because I wrote, who is we? I remember, who is we? Who's
like that analysis? Go ahead.
Who was in your house? I read later in the book about her household growing up, and I'm wondering who's constructing a household where you can't express something.
She said when men work to get in touch with feelings, no one really wanted to reward them. Reward them with what?
Oh,
wait. Reward them with what? How are we gonna reward them? Why we should reward them for feeling things?
Sex. I remember this because she was. I don't know if this is the same chapter or not, but I do know in one of the chapters she was talking about how women don't want to deal with male pain if it interferes with female desire. Yeah. And I was wondering, okay, when was this? And then I wrote some rude stuff about her and her father and her partner, which I won't say out loud actually. But what I will say is she says that they're not rewarded for getting in touch with their feelings. And men who express their feelings are labeled attention seekers and trying to steal the stage and blah, 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 and some stuff like that. And I wrote out what my guess is. And this is my guess of what she's saying when she says they're not being rewarded. And the feminists are saying these men are just seeking attention when they try to express their feelings. All right, let me set the stage. The feminists are all on TikTok, right? They're in a big live stream, like 9 of them. They're all discussing why they would choose the bear over the man. And so the male feminist comes on. So now there's 10 people. Oh my God, girls, when you choose the bear over the man, um, it makes good men like me, good feminist men, upset, and it turns us away from feminism. Now, where's my reward for sharing my feelings? I opened up to you guys, and I think I deserve to be rewarded for it because I shared emotion or something. I'm not in the room for the conversations that Bell Hooks described, but if her work's anything to go by, I think she sees women having conversation about their grievances with men. She perceives this as male bashing. The quote unquote good men, the male feminists come in the room, and instead of like being reasonable people and saying something like, oh, it's completely reasonable for you to mistrust men when there's nothing historically or in present time that men have done to warrant your trust collectively. So while I consider myself an exception to your critique, I don't dismiss it. Instead of saying that he feels butthurt that they would dare critique men at all, he chimes in with a not all men, and Bell Hooks side with him.
Okay, I don't agree because Bell Hooks told a story right after this, and Bell Hooks said, I know that y'all other women don't want to listen to men because when I brought my partner to therapy with me and he started to talk, I shut down and said, I don't care. And
Nope.
because she don't care about men's feelings, she think other women don't care about men's feelings.
Nope. I reject her own story based on some other stuff she wrote. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, so she goes to therapy with her partner of 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
And she would ask him to talk about his feelings. And when he would, she would freak out.
Yeah.
And no, he said, the abuser. Yeah, based on the timeline. The abuser said, the person who was putting hands on her, in couples therapy, he said she would ask him to talk about his feelings. And when he would, she would freak out.
Mm-hmm.
Immediately after, she says he was right. She gives no additional details. I don't feel like, not a lot.
No, she does not. She does not explain anything.
She gives no information, no examples of this. But she says she didn't want to hear about his feelings. She didn't want the image of the strong man challenged by learning about his weaknesses or vulnerabilities. So I must ask Bell if they were splitting bills based on that line. Like, she didn't want the image of the strong man challenge. Were y'all splitting bills? Because I read other of her work and she was writing about, oh, other people get married for stuff like financial stability, but that stuff doesn't matter to me.
Wait, pause. That's an undertone of her work. It feels like she thinks men should be able to rest at home and women should be able to provide. And
Not just that.
All right,
Go ahead though. Yeah,
No.
I feel like I wasn't gonna say pick me. I was gonna say I'm not like other girls.
Yeah, I have that noted. She literally says I'm not like them other girls.
But so Bell writes about how stuff like that doesn't matter in a partner. She wants to break institutional norms, and yeah, she doesn't mind that they're not financial equals. She doesn't mind that they're not intellectual equals. She doesn't mind that there's sexual connection wasn't there. I'm trying to say this like PG. So for some reason, she doesn't believe any of this potentially affected her view of his image as a strong man or the abuse. All of this, mind you, was before they got married, and was even a part of the reason that she married him as a way to stick it to the system. But she suggests it was him talking about his feelings that this diminished him as a man. I don't buy that, but it's not for me to define her experience. Yeah. It just seems unusual for me. Recounting her experience, like, oh my God, I thought he was weak and useless because he wanted to talk about his feelings. Are you sure that's why? Maybe we should investigate further.
Yeah, when Bell talk about men, I don't trust her. That's just the truth. She said he was abusive to me verbally and occasionally abusive physically. Why is the word occasionally in there? He was abusive physically. He was abusive both emotionally and physically. Why would you say occasion? Is any human being just constantly physically abusive? Is any human being just constantly just beating you every second of the day? That's like a high. That is highly unlikely. The fact that you drop the word occasionally means you want to soften the blow around physical abuse, and that is wild. No, he was physically abusive to you and emotionally abusive, because I'm sure he wasn't always emotionally abusive either. But you didn't drop the word occasionally in front of emotional abuse. Yeah, I don't trust her. Nah, I don't. When she talks about men, I don't trust her. That's that on that. She goes, fear keeps us away from love, and yet women really talk to men about how much we fear them. Fear keeps us from being close to the men in our lives. It keeps us from love. Or it keeps y'all safe. Or it keeps y'all safe. I don't know. I don't know, girl.
How is she saying fear keeps us from discussing? Wait, can you read that again?
I'm at the last part of the whole thing.
The whole thing. Fear keeps us from.
Fear keeps us away from love, and yet women really talk to men about how much we fear them.
Oh, okay.
Then it says, fear keeps us from being close to the men in our lives. It keeps us from love. I'm pretty sure fear is not, the fear that keeps you away from these men isn't keeping you from love. The man probably wanting to beat you and abuse you, which is why you're afraid, is probably what's keeping you away from love, not your fear of his abuse. The fear isn't the thing keeping you from love. Fear is keeping you safe. Him being abusive is keeping you from love. Like, what are you talking about? I don't like this. Mind you, we're only at chapter 1 still. We're still only at chapter 1. Page by page, we're only at chapter 1. Men who love, often hide their emotional awareness from other men for fear of being attacked and shame. But you want women to not be fearful and go forward to the men to love them, while men also fear other men because they're going to get attacked and dragged. But you think women should go to men and not be fearful of the abusive men. We cannot love what we fear. That is why so many religious traditions teach us that there is no fear in love. Well, Christianity teaches us to fear God and love God. So I don't know which religious tradition you're talking about, but I know you can fear and love in Christianity. I agree that you can fear and love, but in Christianity, we're supposed to both fear and love God. So there is that. Sorry, you want to respond to anything?
Oh, I saw that line and I was like, oh, she's religious, I feel like, based on that line. Well, otherwise, why would you say religious?
She said, men I have met while traveling and lecturing is that men want to know love and they want to know how to love.
I think they were just trying to get you in bed. Like, this reminds me, I read a poem about this girl, and she was talking about how she got swindled into bed by a Black activist, and he was a smooth talker. I want to know how to love.
You want to know what she said after that paragraph?
No.
That I had to close the book off for.
Go ahead.
Like, I had to shut the book for a second. She says, women, most of whom are not and may never be feminists, use their anger to avoid being truly committed to helping to create a world where male of all ages can know love. Women. Feminist thinkers who feel strongly that they have given all they want to give to men, they are concerned solely with improving the collective welfare of women. And she's critiquing that. She is mad that feminists are concerned with uplifting women and not writing enough and caring enough about taking care of men. Why does she think the feminist movement exists?
really upset at how Harriet Tubman never addressed the impoverished white people of the South. Really upset me, when somebody got to think about them. Maybe Harriet had priorities. I don't know. Feel like it's grossly inappropriate. Not even feminist women. Like, women are not creating spaces for men, she says. Like, I feel like if you want to argue about feminists, I feel like, okay. But for
Let me
women
go
broadly, it feels unusual.
You want to, let me go to the back of the chapter and then move forward. She said, we cannot do for boys and men what they must do for themselves. Right?
Anyway, we need to go ahead.
Yeah. No, that's exactly what we cannot. Please remember this. Actually, don't remember. I'm just going to go back to the other part of the book right now. She said, we cannot do for boys and men what they cannot do for themselves. Meanwhile, she says, to create loving men, we must love males. I thought y'all couldn't create them. I thought men had to do it for themselves, but now you are telling us to create loving men, we must love men.
I thought you were going to say how she talks about women, and more specifically feminists, giving up on changing men and investing in men, and she wants to sort of reincite that vigor, and she wants to convince feminists that men do have the will to change. The title. But
Yeah.
and then like almost immediately after, I'm pretty sure she's like, they just don't have the blueprint. You women, you need to give them the blueprint. You need to hold their hand. You need to walk them through it. You need to baby them. They don't know what to do, how to do it. You need to do it for them, possibly carry them. Remember when Jesus was walking with the man and then he looked back and it was only one step. That's how much they want to. They want to change so desperately that you have to do all the work for them. That's how badly they want to change women.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I thought you were going to say.
She says caring about men because of what they do for us is not the same as loving males for simply being.
Being what? Abusive?
No.
I'm trying to see what you. I think they do love them. I think it's the stuff that they're complaining about. If you go and listen to them instead of like walk in the room and where are the men? Why aren't y'all? Where are all the men in this feminist meeting? If you walked in and you listen, you might learn why they're upset with men, and it doesn't have to do with them being inherently men. I don't think generally. Although there might be specific sects of feminists who think it's implicit to malehood.
Okay, so that's what I was hoping your response was, because I actually believe that we can love people for merely being. That you exist means you have value, right? Once you're not harming people, we can appreciate your existence, right? But that's not what she meant. She actually meant men. She then goes on to say, when we love maleness, we extend our love whether males are performing or not. So she's specifically talking about men and maleness. That is it. When we love maleness, we extend our love whether males are performing or not.
They do that too. She talked about it in the book. And performing what?
I don't know.
Performing non-abusive. Like, I'm confused at, I don't know what she wants exactly, because even at the beginning of the book, she talks about how, I'm pretty sure I wrote it down. Like at the beginning, she's talking about how feminists are tired. It's not as if they have not tried. They come to the meetings. I don't know where they have the meetings at. I don't know where y'all get together. But they come to the meetings and they talk about, let me see. They talk about how much they've tried, how much they've tried to convert their brothers and their husbands or their fathers or whatever have you. I'm taking some liberties here. Obviously, she didn't use this exact language verbatim. And the men don't want to convert, it seems like, and the feminists have thrown their hands up, which is why she ends the chapter with, they still have the will to change, don't give up, blah, 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 blah. So it's not like the women are just one-dimensional male haters that just wake up every day and read the newspaper to see how many men died because that makes them happy. In fact, it seems like a lot of the women are probably like Belle. They probably have given men more than enough chances, probably too many, and do want love and appreciation from their family and friends and romantic partners who are men, and they can't get it because the men don't want to give it.
Yeah. Sadly, that's a point in the book, Help Man. Yeah, but
So
there's some. Go ahead.
I'm just saying they're putting up with. At first, I'm thinking it feels like she wants them to accept abuse. It's,
So I don't want to explicitly say that, because that's not like, yes, I agree, but she never I wouldn't even say she implies it. It's there somewhere in the reading, because it's
heavily
not
implied.
explicitly rejected.
The book starts off, the women are tired of us, not explicitly. The women are tired of accepting abuse. They've given up on men. Bell hooks. Don't give up on men.
But you can be tired of it. You can still be
By the
tired of it.
way, these men are like abusing me and stuff, but I haven't given up on them. And I think y'all just want men to be a certain way, but they can't. You have to show them and endure and like, it's not explicit.
Yeah, no, I feel you. I'm with you. I mean, again, here's another lie, right? Here's another lie. My brother and I were I witnessed the difference in the way my brother and I were treated. The standard used to judge his behavior were much harsher. Now,
Oh, sorry.
no, this is the marble thing. You can now talk about the marble thing, because she does not give any example of how it was harsher for her brother. But what I do know is that your daddy broke down the door, took a piece of plywood from that door and beat you, and then sent you to the corner, like beat you sick, to the point where your family just kept repeating it to you about how you were beaten.
And she frames I don't know if that was the part. I feel like she reframes female abuse as male trauma.
Yes. Oh yeah, we're gonna get to that. I don't know if it's the structure, but yes, we're gonna get to that.
I feel like that was an example, because what do you mean your brother was treated more harshly than you? This was his punishment. Well, I don't know if this is like a punishment she's thinking of, but the issue here is Belle's father thinks she's essentially too masculine and he's too feminine. He's too soft and she's too harsh, and they're fighting over marbles. So her dad, for no reason, decides marbles is now a game that only boys can play.
No, because she was beating him in the
Yeah.
album.
So Belle says, "Nah, I'm not trying to hear that." And for this, never mind.
By
I'm
the
not going to
way,
use the language I was going to use.
don't. But also, it seems like she hates her mom. Like, as I was reading this, she chastises her mom a lot.
Yeah.
And she's like, oh, my dad's just broken. He didn't get the kind of love and whatever he needed to be a full, whole human being who cares for his soul. But mama just stayed there and let it happen to me. So the bar was very low for men throughout, even for bell hooks. The bar was low for men. And then she went on to drag marriages. So there was that. That was fine.
Her abuse, though, was also apparently traumatic for her brother, right? This was his punishment for being soft, was that she got beat upside the head with a piece of wood. I don't know if it was upside the head. That's just like lingo that we use. But it reminds me of, have you ever heard those stories where a woman's pregnant, the family comes to visit her, check on her, everyone's trying to see how are the migraines, your water, is everything okay? You're in a lot of pain. Everyone leaves, and her husband's just, no one asked me how I was dealing with the pregnancy.
Yeah.
How it's affecting me. And Bell Hooks unironically feels like this. But she feels like they're equal, and possibly his feelings are worse than the pregnant woman's.
But every now and then, Bell Hooks kind of slips about sort of what she thinks of men. right? So let's go to chapter 2 now. She says, and I quote, this has nothing to do with what I'm doing, but it's petty, so I'm going to read it. She says, quote, many men in our nation would not be able to spell the word or pronounce it correctly. The word is patriarchy.
Amen. Is this the part where she wrote about how she was saying patriarchy and none of the intelligent feminist men knew what she was talking about, or no?
Wait, repeat your question.
Is this the part where she said, were these like intelligent feminist men, or am I misremembering?
No. She was saying generally. No, she wasn't.
Okay. I thought she said that she was saying patriarchy to intelligent academic men and they didn't know what she was talking about. Okay. But yeah, I do recall.
Patriarchy is a political social system that insists that males are inherently dominating, superior to everything and everyone, deemed weak, especially females. And then she goes on to explain how this is a terror and causes psychological harm for men. Yeah, but they're actually causing physical harm to women, though. Like, it's...
And like terror and psychological harm.
Yeah, well, yeah. Yes. By the way, let me tell you what the name of this chapter is. She calls this chapter 2 Understanding Patriarchy. By the way, we're going chapter by chapter as you requested. She says women are reinforcing patriarchy and that they are equal collaborators in the perpetuating of patriarchy. I'm not saying she's lying or she's wrong, but in her anecdote, which she used, she says, our stay-at-home mom, mind you, the word stay-at-home mom is not necessary at all for anything that she's explaining. There is a disdain that she has, I believe, for her mother in the way she describes her, because ain't no reason for you to say our stay-at-home mom to explain anything at all in here, unless you are going to talk about the gender dynamics explicitly. Right here in this chapter, it was not necessary. Anyway, she says, our stay-at-home mom was quite content to see us playing marbles together. So your dusty daddy was the only one who did not want you to play marbles. Now she goes to her mom and she points out that after she was beaten by her dad and sent to a corner, sent to her room, the mom came up to like comfort her while saying, oh, you know how dad is, you know how dad is. And that for her was the mom reinforcing patriarchy, not the mom trying to live. not the mom trying to survive patriarchy or survive in patriarchy. I'm not saying the mom doesn't have accountability here, but the mom was okay with you playing. The mom was okay with you winning. The mom was fine, but you were mad at her for not doing what? No. So you're not going to mad at your dad. You're not mad at your dad because patriarchy is the reason he beat you. But you go mad at your mom for coming up there to soothe your pain. Got it. Cool. Makes sense to me.
It's also a subtle reminder that the book feels more like a disdain for women than it does a legitimate. Like, remember, some of her critique is like, women don't allow a space for men to feel or express their emotion. Her mom did. And she did. Everyone in the house did. And the emotion that he decided to express is what? Then this is a lot of households.
Yeah.
These are her formative years. And I feel like this would have a great impact on your thoughts when writing a book like this.
She said, a patriarchal thinker need not be a male. Most folks continue to see men as the problem of patriarchy. This is simply not the case. Women can be as wedded to patriarchal thinking and action as men. And I don't believe this.
Oh, I'm reading one.
I think regardless of how patriarchal thinking a woman might be, they cannot be as equally tied to it as they cannot exert the kind of force as a general matter, and they do not as men. So it is wild to say they are just as culpable as men. That's wild to do.
Oh, they can write a book for them to weaponize. As a broad statement,
Not
can they weaponize it? I don't believe. No. Like as a one-to-one in any given scenario, no, I don't believe so. But can Bell Hooks weaponize it more than any man I see to my left and right? I believe she has. I actually believe she has. Actually, I don't know if enough people read the book. Like, I don't think so.
Here's the problem, though. Here's the problem. Thank you, Kim, for being a member
Culpable,
for
though.
38 months. That is wow. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. She says, most of us learn patriarchal attitudes in our family of origin, and they were usually taught to us by our mother. You know what I want right now? Citation. I want a citation for this. I want it because throughout this book, she points out that even if the mother is trying to make the child not patriarchal, when they go out into the world, they acquiesce to the patriarchal culture because her feminist friends would actually try to make boys not patriarchal and not misogynistic, and they would go out into the world and other boys would make them patriarchal. So for you to sit up here and said most of us learn patriarchal attitudes in our family of origins, and they were usually taught to us by our mothers, is absolutely diabolical. When your mother wasn't the one who taught you patriarchal values, it was your dad. That is insane.
I don't think she cited research for her comment on the boys going out, did she?
No.
But do you think she learned that from research, or do you think she was just theorizing like most of the other stuff?
I think she's theorizing, but theorizing just doesn't happen in thin air. You don't just make stuff up and say, oh, I'm just theorizing. She goes, yet many female-headed households endorse and promote patriarchal thinking with far greater passion than two-parent household. So the single mothers, Bell's dragging single mothers. Yeah, Bell's dragging single mothers now. By the way, she doesn't provide citation for this. She just said it. Because, period. Her citation is because here's another thing that without citation. Here's another thing. Women in such households are far more likely to idealize the patriarchal male role and patriarchal men than are women who live with patriarchal men every day. So she says single mothers are just the worst of the worst when it comes to patriarchy. Patriarchal culture, so that we will recognize patriarchy as a system women and men support equally. So she says women and men support patriarchy equally. I don't believe that. All right, someone is looking for attention. Let me read what you said. I will say, as a gay boy in an all boys school who experienced homophobia, I had to love those boys. So I have an image when you say love those boys too. No, thank you. Before they changed and did see they were wrong, you can't always fight fire with fire. I mean, I agree. You can't always fight fire with fire, and I'm glad that worked for you. Honest to God, I'm glad that worked for you. That's good. I promise you, a woman who's an educational director and doesn't like a gay boy because of patriarchy and homophobia can ruin his life just like any male cop could or would. What? Wait, see, here's the thing, because Bell Hooks is under the assumption that gay men. Never mind. Never mind. Let me just say this: gay men hate women too. I'm just going to go ahead. I will go ahead and tell you this: gay men also, because a man is gay, don't mean he loves women. And if you're under the assumption that because a man is gay, he will not exert patriarchal power, you are mistaken. You're absolutely mistaken. To compare the kinds of harm that men enact on gay people and feminine presenting men generally to create an equivalency between how women treat gay men and how men unalive gay men is absolutely diabolical and wild to me. That is insane to do. That is an insane proposition. No, women, by and large, do not enact the same kind of violence on gay men as straight, quote unquote, men. It doesn't happen. Drop a citation. Drop the citation, because I'm a drop who unaliving whom.
Yeah, if I were to guess physical or sexual violence, it wouldn't be from women. Even if we were to drop that and just look at like acceptance, I would be guessing it would be coming from straight men more than it would be from women.
Yeah. So Bell goes on and says, by placing the blame for the perpetuation of sexism solely on men, these women could maintain their own allegiance to patriarchy, their own lust for power. So she views feminism as a lust for power and pointing to men who enact violence and abuse under patriarchy, pointing to them as violent somehow means that you are trying to hide your own power grab and wanting of power.
Like it's hard to take her serious. I wish she was still alive so I could invite her to an interview, maybe ask questions about this book specifically, and maybe about some other stuff too.
Yo, I didn't even see this quote and I didn't highlight it, but I'm going to highlight it now. Like many visionary radical feminists, I challenge the misguided notion put forward by women who are simply fed up with male exploitation and oppression that men were the enemy. Get it? Who the patriarchy the enemy, girl, not men. Feminist activists should acknowledge that hurt and work to change it for men.
Bell hooks discovered in the 20th century that it's actually patriarchy that's the problem, not men. Revolutionary idea from bell hooks. She dared to challenge the feminist. All right. Like, what am I supposed to say to this?
Actually, that's the question that I had noted at the top of the page. Well, how do I respond to this? Like, you're wrong.
That's my for a lot of things. I'm like, this feels like a false. I think there was a specific part. I think it was about the men's liberation movement, but I made a note that that's separate from men's rights. I remember they're distinctly two groups.
By the way, she's talking about how difficult it is for men to divorce themselves from patriarchal ideas, while she's saying they just choose to do it. Like throughout the book, even with her own relationship, she dated a professor, and the professor was anti-feminist until he realized leaning out of feminism and into patriarchy would be good for his career, and then he did it. And she's like, "Oh, patriarchy just swallowed him up." Like, no, like Kevin Samuels did the same thing. Kevin Samuels literally was like, "Oh, I'm telling men how to do this, how to do that. Oh, wait, if I just drag women, then I can go big. Let me just do that. That's easier." That's what men have been doing. Until we can collectively acknowledge the damage patriarchy causes and the suffering it creates, we cannot address male pain. We cannot demand for men the right to be whole, to be givers and sustainers of life. And that's where she messed up, thinking men are givers and sustainers of life. Give me a second. I think that.
Yeah, no. Men control trees, women control fruit. Revolutionary phrase I came up with a year or two ago. Givers of life. Well, go and whip it out and put that life into some dirt and see what grows. Nothing. Go and try it and report back to me. I'll spend all my life waiting for that report back.
Sexism has always decreed that boy children have more status than girls. Sexism has always decreed that boy children have more status than girls' status, and even the rewards of privilege are not the same as being loved. Okay. Do girls have more love than boys? Do girls get more love than boys, bell hooks? Literally, we're talking about a society that literally demeans women. Like,
I think there was even a line, am I mistaken, about how mothers get more love than fathers do or something like that?
yeah,
I think it was early in the book. And I was like, do they though? Because she was talking about absent fathers, but then even fathers present in the home are emotionally distant and stuff like that. And I like distinctly remember growing up and even today, like go and talk to some men who grew up with fathers and ask them how they feel about their fathers. I feel like they have more disdain towards their mothers than they do towards their dad. I definitely feel like they have a really positive image of their dad. And they feel very negatively about their mother, even though she's the one who stayed and raised them. Or broadly as a society, since Bell Hooks is a feminist, it might not deal in anecdote, I would say, before I read this book. Broadly as a society, I feel like your critique would be that society critiques mothers more than they do father, even though I don't remember what the line was exactly. I can't remember, but I feel like she was saying that mothers get more love, and I feel like that's not the case.
yeah. Well, but the problem is when it comes to the boy, like if they're an equivalent to junior, when you name your child your same name, but the junior, is there an equivalent for women?
Oh yeah, the mother takes the father's last name. Yeah, that's the equivalent, right? No, he said that only makes it worse. Oh, okay. My
Like
bad.
baked into our societal system. Like we're not talking about China and the abortion of like women, female fetus, or like women generally, or like not wanting and prioritizing, not wanting girls and prioritizing having boys. Even in America, like go ahead.
No, please continue.
No,
I
but
was I was gonna ask, have you ever seen a single father, instead of having the child have his last name, put the last name of the mom on the birth certificate? Have you ever seen that ever in society? I've never seen the type of male worship in society for
yeah,
Bell Hooks to be speaking in this manner. Tiana
frankly,
Taylor's daughter is Junior.
I mean, even if you say junior, junior is
One,
still for the man. Like
Christian.
even when women try to adopt that, there is not an analogous thing for the women. The junior is for the boy. If you're adopting it as a woman, that's great, but it's for men. Like there's not an equivalent. Frankly, it is difficult to understand why these men who know so much about the way patriarchy thinking damages boys are unable to call the problem by its name, and by so doing free themselves to envision a world where the feelings of boys can really matter. What Bell fundamentally misunderstands is that men do not care about patriarchy. To the extent they get to subjugate women, that is all they care about. When they cannot subjugate women, then they might rethink patriarchy. But as long as they can subjugate women, they don't care.
I would extend, it doesn't matter if they can't subjugate women. Well, it does, but even if they can't subjugate women, I think they would go so far as to eliminate the parts of patriarchy that don't benefit them. Even if it's something as simple as going 50-50 on the date.
Yes. Oh no, she points this out. When feminists allowed women to be in the work. They hated women being in work and being able to work, but they loved the idea of going 50-50, for women being able to provide. She says this in this book. Like, men are picking and choosing the parts of patriarchy that best benefits them. And you are trying to sit up there like, all we need to do is tell men what to do so that they can do it, because they just don't understand. They understand enough to pick and choose what is in their benefit. They understand it. They don't care. They want to subjugate women. What part of that do you not understand? You literally point out that they were like, oh, we're with feminists about sexual liberation because we get access, or we thought we would get access. We didn't know that women would become more picky around who gets access and when, and that when they sleep with you, they wouldn't just like, oh, choose you to marry. They can say, oh, wait, I don't like you now anymore, and I can move on. That they didn't, but men were pro the sexual revolution when they thought it would give them more access to women. What they didn't realize, it gave women choices in ways that women didn't have choices before. That's the first thing. The second thing is they were okay with women paying half. They didn't realize that by women getting money and being able to pay half, it means that women could probably pay the whole thing and then need you to do more for them in terms of emotional labor because they don't need your finances. That is the problem. Men are okay negotiating patriarchy so long as they are the beneficiary of that negotiation. Bell Hooks is lying. She knows she's lying, and ain't nobody got time for it. One of the tremendous failing of feminist theory and practice has been the lack of concentrated study of boyhood.
Well, just because you don't open the literature doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Just because you don't research for your writing doesn't mean that there's no research out there. In fact, I would say that a lot of research is male centric and tends to not prioritize women at all in like every sector, medical, social, economic. Yeah. So, which Belle, if she were like, I don't know, a feminist, I feel would know. But Belle is like, men's rights. It's gotta be. I don't know I don't know. When is somebody gonna do a study on men's feelings? Well, oh, she would love this. What was that Psychology Today? She would love this year. Let me see what came out.
Love the video through the algorithm with a like. Can you all like the video, please? Thank you very much. This is important for men. Men are center stage now. This is for men. All right. One of the tremendous failing of the feminist theory and practice has been the lack of concentrated study of boyhood, one that offers guidelines and strategies for alternative masculinity and ways of thinking about maleness. So women should tell, mind you, she says men don't listen to women, right? Men don't listen to women, but women should expend a ton of resources to tell men how to be men, as if they're going to listen.
You know, an issue I take with this approach to feminism generally, not just with bell hooks, is it feels like there's a good bit of research around men needing positive male influences to turn out well-adjusted, right? And it's also popular thought in feminist spaces that there need to be more positive male role models so that we have some sort of pushback to the big thing that is the manosphere and the red pill in the conservative space, which is, according to that, I forgot it with all the big bubbles, but it's like overwhelming compared to the blue.
You said she is not lying, right?
Yes.
What did I just say about studies? She said, what about studies?
There need to be more.
Concentrated towards men. And what was your response?
She needs to read.
Because what?
There are. And if she was a feminist,
a couple pages later, she said, recent studies indicate that it is actually emotionally damages to young males to be isolated and without emotional care or nurturance.
Who? You can still be in delusion. I was gonna say, oh well, sometimes people seek out only stuff to confirm certain views that they have, and she might not be aware that studies exist for this specific topic. So she could be looking for studies around other stuff, but not know that it exists. And then you said the last part, and I was like, oh, okay. Oh, she looked for that specifically. Got it.
Yeah. So when you want to talk about studies specific to men, and you want to reaffirm the idea that men should not be lonely, and women need to sacrifice themselves so men aren't lonely. Mind you, this is happening now. When was this book published? I don't know. I don't care.
2004. I don't know.
You just saying things.
Well, mine was 2004, but I since found out there are multiple versions, and I think mine's later, maybe.
Let me check.
Yeah, I could have just Googled all that.
Yeah, mine is 2004. So this been going on. Oh, bell hooks need to. Oh well, she's not here anymore. But the guy from Pew Research is pretending he's the one who discovered about male loneliness and put it out there. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It don't matter. It don't matter. What I do think matters is the fact that she's saying there's not enough studies on men, but she can randomly find studies on men when she wants. Also, please note, whenever she says boy, she's just trying to soften the blow for men, period. Because she knows it's more digestible to tell women that they need to care for boys than it is to care for grown men. But she mean both. She She said this weapon of psychological terrorism is daily deployed in our nation against teen boys. So she just worried about men, girl.
All right.
All boys are being raised to be killers, even if they learn to hide the killer within and act as benevolent young patriarchs. So you need to go sacrifice yourself to these boys who are being raised to be killers. Because that makes sense to Belle. This is something I agree with. Commenting that many people still believe that mothers compromise their sons' masculinity. She writes, most women, like most men, feel that a mother influence will ultimately be harmful to male child, that it will weaken him, and that only the example of a man can lead son into manhood. Single mothers in particular are haunted by the dread of producing a sissy. Homophobia underlines the fear that allowing boys to feel will turn them gay. This fear is often most intense in single parent homes. All right, okay, but no. The part I agree with is that there's a deep sense of homophobia. The part I disagree with is that the woman worries more about turning a boy into a quote sissy than men. I don't. Citation needed. Study needed. Something is needed for you to validate that. You got to validate that. No, I'm not going to just take, I believe that, so it's true. That women, single mothers, are the most concerned with turning boys into sissy, quote unquote sissy. You agree?
No, I think they're trying to get him in school. Maybe into varsity sports, college, stuff like that.
Patriarchal fathers cannot love their sons because rules of patriarchy dictates that they stand in competition with their sons, ready to prove that they are the real man, the one in charge. I don't know where she got this from.
It's just the rules. I have them posted on my fridge, actually. 3 rules. That's number 2.
I mean, this sounds Freudian, but not really. Like, I don't know where she got this from. That the fathers are in competition with mothers aren't in competition with daughters, but fathers are in competition with son. I ain't never heard that in my life. Never seen it, never heard it, don't know of it.
I've heard of a father trying to live through their son.
Me too.
Putting them in sports and stuff.
Again and again, the same assumption appears, which suggests that there exists a masculine ideal that young males are not sure how to attain, and that undermines their self-esteem. This, by the way, is the red pill. This is the birth of the manosphere. There is no emotional outlet for the grief of the disappointed teenage boy.
Feels like she just wants women to be punching bags, like metaphorically.
I don't think it's metaphorical.
Emotional punching bags, like.
Someone said something that I was waiting to respond to. Here it is.
Compare Mother's Day to Father's Day.
He's saying mothers get more love than fathers. It's very hard to celebrate something men don't want to celebrate. This is the thing. You remember when you did that live stream when you were looking up men's International Women's Day versus International Men's Day, and the most Googled.
Yeah, I was gonna
go ahead.
Point out how often do you see men advocate for something like male victims of SA? Now, how often do you see something like men advocating for male victims of SA on a post where women are advocating for female victims of SA? Men don't actually care about that sort of thing. What they do care about is coming into women's spaces and invalidating it.
Yeah.
They don't care about Father's Day. They care about coming on Mother's Day, coming out. If it was Father's Day, nobody would be doing anything. Fathers never get any credit. That's all.
So chapter 4 is saying stopping male violence. Let me read you a sentence from Bell Hooks. And this is like, no. Women are engaged in acts of violence similar to those of their male counterparts.
Oh, so just lying, I guess.
Yeah, no. You can't just. I say she's lying. You said she's not lying. This is a straight up lie. This is a lie. As women have gained the right to be patriarchal men in drag, women are engaged in acts of violence similar to those of their male counterparts. Girl, what?
Yeah, it's creeped all the way up to, I think women are now what, like 2% of all violent crime? When is someone going to think about men? Slippery slope. Soon it's going to be 3, then 11, then 90 if we don't do something. All because of feminists and their lack of caring about masculinity.
I don't want to read this, but I'm going to. One of them was physical violence on a few. Oh, here's the thing. This is the quote, by the way. This is the quote by Bell Hooks about her man beating her.
Wait, let me fix my face.
Why?
Because I didn't know you were about to read that. I was smiling.
We can move on. I don't.
No. Please. It's a very serious matter.
No.
All right, I'm good. You want me to read it?
Mm-hmm.
I don't have it. It's not in my book at all.
One of them was physically violent on a few occasions, a fact he always felt did not matter, and emotionally unkind quite consistently. My second long-term partner I chose in part because he was a major advocate for stopping violence against women, but as our bond progressed, he began to be emotionally abusive now and then. It was as though he felt that I was too powerful, and that perception empowered him to challenge that power, to wound and hurt. I was stunned that the past was being reenacted in the present. Men who may have seeds of negativity and domination within them, along with positive traits, may find the negative bargaining at times of crisis in their life. Observing them through time, I found that both of them had been rebellious and anti patriarchal in their 20s and early 30s. But as they moved more into the working world, they began to assume more of the patriarchal manners that identify one as powerful and successful. They chose to be violent. Oh, that's my note. I don't know why I just read my note as if it's whatever. So they're choosing to be, in her recollection of interaction with men, they chose when to be violent when they grew up into their 40s, I guess. And then they chose not to be violent when they were in their 30s and 20s. It is weird to me that you are saying, oh my God, they just can't control it. It's patriarchy. Nah, they chose to do it.
I was thinking throughout the book that it reads, which is why a large part of it I said I don't think was lying, I felt was delusion. It reads kind of like what I feel like is how an abuse victim writes about their abuser. This is how I believe she writes about men, as if like every act of physical or sexual violence is, it has to be, he just had a rough day, or like the world is hard and he has to put on a face for them and hide. I think there was a part where she like overtly said they have to put on this mask and they have to be this, and like maybe a coping mechanism or something like that. I can't remember what I wrote exactly. Just a long block of text.
Is vitamin in here? Level up single mom. Are you here? Level up single mom. Your platform has 24 hours to respond to what I'm about to read. This is for level up single mom. Level up single mom. Are you here? Ready? You have 24 hours actually. Contrary to popular myth, single mothers are often the most brutal when it comes to coercing their sons to conform to patriarchal standards. Single mothers are the most brutal. The word brutal is being used to compare single mother to every other person in terms of reinforcing patriarchy in men. That is wild. That actually, I'm not going to say anything. The level of single mom you have 24 hours. You got 24 hours.
I mean, she wrote about her father brutalizing her, and the most memorable part about that was her feeling like her mother failed her.
Yeah. A great many women stand by and be a witness to their sons' brutalization at the hands of fathers, boyfriends, brothers, and so on, because they feel by doing so they show their allegiance to patriarchy. Mind you, it could just be that they are afraid and they can't do anything about it because the man tends to be stronger than them, but whatever. No wonder then that male rage is often most directed at women in intimate relationships. Girl, what? She's saying that the reason that men beat women is because women sat aside while other men beat them while they were younger. Single mom, level up single mom, it's on page 61. Please go to page 61 and I'm gonna need you to respond. You have 24 hours. Many teenage boys have violent contempt and rage for a patriarchal mom because they understand that in the world outside the home, sexism renders her powerless. He is pissed that she has power over him at home.
I was gonna say somehow this doesn't cause, girls watching their moms Bell Hooks was one of the girls watching their mom let the father beat the girls. This does not cause women to start beating on people, but I guess I'll drop that because Bell Hooks does not believe that. I mean, she believes that men and women are doing equal violence, I guess.
And
She
for
don't believe that, but
no, I'm with you. For anyone who is in the chat, like, oh my God, you're misunderstanding bell hooks. You're misunderstanding bell hooks. Let me read this. The fact should lead everyone to question any theory of gender differences that suggests that women are less violent than men. She said we should question any theory of gender differences that suggest that women are less violent than men. She doesn't say sex theory, so this is not about biology. And I don't know if that was a mistake on her part, but in fact, when she talks about gender and socialization, she is saying that any theory of gender differences that suggest that women are less violent than men, we should not accept. We should question that theory.
in the same book where she describes how men are rewarded for violence and encouraged to do violence and women are.
In that same book. In patriarchal culture, women are as violent as men towards the groups that they have power over and can dominate freely. That is an insane statement to make. That is an insane statement. In patriarchal culture, women are as violent as men towards the groups that they have power over and can dominate freely. Women are as violent to children as men are to children and women. Maternal sadism must be studied. However, if we are to understand the roots of adult male violence towards women, to understand the roots of male violence towards women, we have to understand maternal sadism. I repeat, maternal sadism must be studied. However, if we are to understand the roots of adults male violence towards women, my note here is WTF. That is my note. I don't know if you can see it. My note is WTF. That's the only note I have at that sentence. The only note I have there is like, how do you respond to that? Unable to allow themselves to love for fear that the loved one will be abandoned, the love will abandon them. If the first woman they passionately loved, the mother, was not true to her bond of love, then how can they trust that their partner will be true to love? So the reason men can't love is because their mothers didn't love them.
Where does the violence come in, Bell? Gotta make some more points here to connect these two. In between, I feel like not enough explanation here. I feel like there are a lot of leaps
and bounds with some jump. By the way, she said of men, they simply do not get that love and abuse cannot go. That men do not understand that love and abuse cannot go together. She does not believe men know that love and abuse cannot go together.
She infantilizes them a lot. I think she also says that feminists are not admitting this. A lot of this she speaks about how she says it almost in a conspiracy theorist way, like how they talk about stuff. Feminists don't want to admit this, but men are longing for love. They're just like children who are longing for love, and they are living a lie that patriarchy wants them to live. They're lying to themselves. This is why they're violent, because they want to be delivered from it. And that requires them to put their hands on people, I guess. She didn't say that. That's just like my comment. They're in a rage because they have to act this way, she says. And this is the part where I said this reads like an abuse victim explaining her abuser's behavior, or a woman who's in denial about her man cheating. One of my old friends, I think I told you this before, we parted ways, but they told me this. This is no lie. I'm about to tell you exactly what she said to me. She said, he treats me bad and cheats on me because he is self-sabotaging himself. He's not used to a good woman, and he has internal turmoil. So he's trying to get me to leave him because he's not ready to be loved. So he's trying to sabotage us because he doesn't love himself. The context, she found out, because she was telling me, he had a wife while they were talking, and he lied about it. He also lied about having kids. He also lied about when she found that out, he lied about the number of kids he had. When she found out about the wife, he lied about still living with the wife, lied about being in the process of going through a divorce. And they worked at the same job at a factory power plant thing, which is like messy. And it turns out he was lying about when she wasn't working there on her off days. Apparently he was bragging to the other men about his sexual conquest with her. So he's like messy, blah, blah, blah. My theory, and stay with me here, because this is going to sound crazy, is that he lied to her to get in her pants. And when she caught him in that lie, and he saw that he could continue to get what he wanted with no consequences, really, he kept doing it. That's my theory. Her theory, he's a good man, but he's scared to fall in love because his ex broke his heart and he's afraid of heartbreak again. So he's closed his heart off, and he sabotaged his own relationship with her before she had a chance to break his heart. That is what my friend, believe it or not, is bell hooks. Not literally, but like metaphorically. You are, yeah. I won't say
I feel bad because as you were talking, I remember something in the book, and I know exactly where it is, and I feel like I want to read it, but I feel like it's kind of mean. So should I read it or not?
Read the mean thing, and then we can read something soft.
All right, let me read this. Give me 2 seconds. It's on one of my tabs, so I can. All right. When the seemingly mild-mannered professor I lived with moved from emotional abuse to physical violence, I felt I should be understanding and forgiving. Like me, he had been raised in a dysfunctional family. However, even though he went to therapy, even though his physical violence stopped, he never really believed that he had done anything wrong. He harbored the notion, as many men who acted violently do, that I was responsible for the bad behavior. And then bell hooks come out and write this book saying that, yes, women, y'all need to love them, men, into health and wholeness. So yes, I do understand when you say bell hooks is your friend is bell hooks.
And this is dangerous too, because he's gonna go and beat the next woman after bell hooks.
Yeah. Because bell hooks justified it. She was like, the reason he's beating me is because I'm powerful, successful, and he thinks that I'm powerful and successful enough so he can beat me. But if I wasn't as powerful and successful, he might not beat me. Like, girl, ain't nobody got time for that.
Then he would be, I'm powerful and successful, so I beat her.
Yeah.
And bell hooks would be like, well, he feels like he's powerful and successful, so really that's just how the patriarchy tells him to be. And so like whatever he does and why ever he does it, bell hooks gonna find a reason for him to be doing it.
I found it. You remember how I told you she said this and she said that, and can you find where she said that the man that her family told her to stay?
Yep.
I found it. I actually have a tab there too. Look at me. I love when past Themis does good stuff for future Themis. When I wanted to leave my first long term partner who had been continuously emotionally abusive and occasionally physically abusive. Here's the thing, too. The whole. Sorry. The fact that she goes occasionally and continuous for one is kind of wild. It is kind of wild that she did this. This is where I was talking about. When I wanted to leave my first long term partner who had been continuously emotionally abusive and occasionally physically abusive, it was other women who cautioned me about ending the relationship, letting me know that the men I was with was better than most men, that I was lucky. And then she goes to the back of this book and she said, time and time again, when I struggled to do the work of love with male partner who was not changing, I was told to give up on them, to kick them to the curb. I was told I was wasting my time. Those are inconsistent statements. One is at the back of the book and the other is on page 70.
She's giving a lot of examples of how damaging exactly what she's asking feminists and women to do is to the psyche. Like what your mom and friends are telling you to do when you're being abused by a man and you need to stick with him because he's good and invest in him and work and labor and toil. This is unironically what you are telling women to do. And you have seen the direct effects of it and you don't think positively of these women. And for good reason, I believe.
Yeah, but the thing is, women cannot be right in her book. Like in her mind, women are, because she's mad at the women who told her to stay, and she's always also mad at the women who told her to go. Mind you, she's treating these women as if they're the only women that exist at these points. So she's like, all these women were the ones telling me to leave, and then she's like, these women were telling me to stay, and it's very interesting because it feels like whenever she wants, she isolated in her mind's interactions where she's like, women do this, and then she goes, women do that. But these are two very separate actions. So women are behaving inconsistently. And she doesn't articulate that they're different groups of women. She doesn't explain that they're different groups of women. And so her perception of womanhood as a blanket or her engagement with other women as a blanket isn't real. It isn't true. It isn't honest. And that's my problem with this book. It doesn't feel honest. It feels like she's straight up lying.
You said she has other work critiquing women, and she does this a lot.
Bell Hooks is mad. Ever since feminists told Bell Hooks to leave them alone because she's male-centered, she's had it out for feminists. I think what happened, let me tell you what happened. I don't know this as a fact, but let me tell you what I think happened. I think there were some lesbian feminists, and Bell Hooks met those lesbian feminists who hate men, and they dragged her for filth. And I think she just projected that this is a group of feminists that is larger than it seems, and she gonna drag them back. And I don't think they were wrong. I think their assessment of her was right. She, in this book, in this very book, she pointed out that feminists have been calling her male-centered, and they just don't understand that she's not male-centered, but she just have a deep love for men and want to center men. So they just don't understand that.
Let me see.
Here's another example of foolishness from Bell Hooks that I wanted to point out. She's like, patriarchy is so powerful and it has men in a chokehold. And then she goes to the Vietnam War and the fact that men were opting out of violence because they didn't want to die. So men can opt out of patriarchy. Men can opt out of patriarchy when they feel like it. When they feel the thing is important enough. When it's their life at stake, they can opt out of patriarchy. Mind you, she said you need to forgive rage because rage is the easiest way back to realm of feeling. It can serve as the perfect cover, masking feelings of fear and failure. I don't know why you need to know that, but apparently bell hooks think you need to know that these men who are attacking you, they're not attacking you because they want to hurt you. They're attacking you because of the deep wound that they have in them, and somehow you need to fix that wound. She doesn't say the part where you need to fix that wound, but you need to fix that wound. Most men and women are not having satisfying, fulfilling sex. Just FYI. That's how she opened chapter. What chapter is it? Chapter 5.
That's how she opened her marriage, and apparently in some other of her work. She said she wanted to break the mold. She's tired of women who want to get married for financial stability and their intellectual and financial equal. She married a man who was broke, dumb, and not sexually gifted.
Mm-hmm. She thinks that sexual repression fuels the lust of boys and men. I don't know what you're supposed to do about the fact that men want sex. I honest to God don't know what women are supposed to do about the fact that men want sex but aren't having it. What do you think women are supposed to do, Petty, about that?
I think Belle just was frustrated because the way she described her marriage and being with him for so long and him not doing it for her, and she wants men so bad and she loves men, and she doesn't say she wants men, she loves men. She says it indirectly. Remember what I said about how, we all used to stump the boo-boo down the drain? That's how she does it. She don't say she stumped it down the drain. She says, us women, we all want and crave male attention. We want it so bad. We all wish a man would come up to our door and say, I'm going to take you away from this man. He don't satisfy you. I'm here for you. All of us women would just wish no women. You just read a direct quote, didn't you? And it said most men don't satisfy their, or something like that. I remember reading that. She could have been frustrated and desperately wanting a man. I think that's probably her thing. Maybe that's why she was writing about that so much specifically. I really do believe that.
You remember how we said she want men to rest? You remember how she tell me how you interpret this quote. Work stands in the way of love for most men. Then, because the long hours they work often drain their energies, there is little or no time left for emotional labor for doing the work of love. How do you?
My friend told me that her partner was always too tired or something like that. Tomorrow for sure. And then tomorrow comes and he's like, I don't know, I'm too busy. Tomorrow for sure. Yeah, probably.
They're too tired, but they can go out and cheat. They're too tired or too busy. Mind you, a lot of these men are unemployed. Work stands in the way of love for most men. Then, because the long hours they work often drain their energies, there is little or no time left for emotional labor or for doing the work of love. What's the excuse for women? Aren't women working hard? Aren't women working hard? Women just chilling.
What community are we talking at this point? What community is Belle at this point? If we're talking about long hours, how come women don't get the long work hour excuse to be like, no, we don't like men and we don't want to deal with them?
Mind you, women are working out there and then working in the home, the second shift, which she references. Bell Hooks is very aware of the second shift. She talks about the second shift in this book, about the second dose of labor that women have to engage with when they come home. But men too tired for the work of love.
Okay, she's lying.
Yeah. Of course, they do not critique the economy that makes it necessary for all adults to work outside of the home. Instead, they pretend that feminism keeps women in the workforce. Most women work because they want to leave. Most women work because they want to leave the house and because their families need the income to survive, not because they are feminists who believe that their working is a sign of liberation. When individual men stay home to do the work of homemaking and child rearing, the arrangement is still viewed as unnatural by most observers. Rather than being viewed as doing what they should do as people in relationships, homemaking men are seen as especially chivalrous and sacrificing the power and privilege they could have as privileged male workers outside the home in order to do women's work inside the home. She just sat there and critiqued the system for making men work too hard because men can't do the thing that men need to do, which is love. Work is keeping men from love. And then she's saying, oh, stop critiquing men for staying home and having the woman go out and work. So can women go out and work and then come do the love situation? Women can do it, men can't. She wants men to be at home resting. That is what Bell Hooks wanted. She wanted you to go to work and come home because men can't go to work and come home and love. So for men to love, they need to be at home. They need to rest. You don't.
Built by men, for men, to oppress women, too hard for men. The men have to stay at home and rest. You go work and then learn how to love, then come home and teach men. Also, those men who are staying at home are resting. They're not doing housework because like it's stigmatized. So we don't want them to be made fun of. You do that too. And have sex with them.
Yeah. We were men in were more men in touch with their rational skills and their emotional life, they might choose work that would at least sometimes enhance their well-being. Women with class privilege have been the only group who have perpetuated the notion that men are all powerful because often the men in their families were powerful. However, black men weren't powerful, so we need to cut them a break, and they did not have access to patriarchal power. Mind you, she pointed out that these men were dominating women at home, beating women at home, tearing up, causing terror at home, but they did not have access to patriarchal power. You have absolutely lost your mind. Absolutely lost your mind. They echo the patriarchal message that if a man stops working, he loses his reason for living. That's cute. Men shouldn't have to work. Women shouldn't have to work. But guess what? Sucks to suck, girl. Sucks to suck.
Yeah, if that research I looked at is anything to indicate, apparently the wife and children lose their reason for living too. If he do, when she talk about no power, he decide everybody done.
In actuality, individual men are engaged in the work of emotional recovery every day. But the work is not easy because they have no support system within patriarchal culture, especially if they are poor and working class. So y'all failing men. Y'all have failed men, and men are trying. And the reason y'all don't want to care is because you don't want to care, because men are trying.
They're not trying either. Have you seen the calling my homeboy at bedtime trend?
Mm-mm.
Really?
What is it about?
It's men and they call their friend and they say, "Hey, I just called to say goodnight."
Wait, what happened? The men get mad?
Sometimes they get mad, they get confused, or they hang up, or
I mean,
it's
to
the
be
funny.
fair, if you're calling my phone and randomly talking about I just called to say good night, I'm hanging up. I'll probably get annoyed by you. Oh, she did create a system, by the way, where she thinks men should be paid to learn. Remember how she said men don't know how to read and men don't blah blah blah. She thinks the government should pay men to work. She would have loved that barbershop conversation. You want me to read that or no? It's annoying.
Go ahead.
Despite changes in the nature of gender roles, ours is still a patriarchal culture where sexism ruled the day. If it were not so, men could see periods of unemployment as timeouts where they could do the work of self actualization, where they could do the work of healing. Many working men in our culture can barely read or write. Imagine if time away from work could be spent in exciting literacy programs for poor and working class men. Imagine a wage offered for this work of self development.
I think they have like scholarships and stuff, don't they? For some stuff that women take advantage of. Like, and it's not gender based. There's stuff just for, impoverished people to take advantage. I'm pretty sure it was around back then. I think so. Wasn't it? Yeah, that stuff was when I was applying, it was there.
Who gonna pay the bills when he unemployed?
So is it like she's not talking about like, well, no, she is, because she's talking about literacy rates and stuff like that. So it sounds like just school. So like a special school, like a special education, if you will, where the men can go to learn at their own pace and whatnot. Because she doesn't know it, but she's describing a sort of special education system where men who are unemployed and have low literacy rates can't find regular employment, have to go.
She said we should debunk the patriarchal myth of work. What does that mean? What does that mean?
Oh my God.
What does it mean?
She supports universal income for men only. She doesn't consider what women do work, so they still go and do that stuff. But
she said they are the elders who can speak to younger generation of men, debunking the patriarchal myth of work. These voices need to be heard. What is the patriarchal myth of work?
Oh, I've seen it. I've seen the women come in the workplace and do stuff, and I've seen what the men do. And those men, they get promoted. And it is a myth. It's a myth what they're doing in there. It ain't work. But they come in there and they get promoted all the way to the top. Maybe that's what she means.
I didn't realize until I started talking about this and posting on the Discord that she's actually a really big advocate for women to go work and men to rest. Like, she's an advocate of inversing gender roles. And I'm not, look, how you live is how you live, but this need to say men need this and you need to do this for men is kind of insane to me. A man who is unabashedly and unequivocally committed to patriarchal masculinity will both fear and hate all that the culture deems feminine and womanly. But women should help those men change. How?
Well, they respect masculinity and not femininity. So if women start going to school and getting more money, I'm sure the men will start respecting them and their independence and education. Maybe she was thinking that back then. I don't know.
She's like, officer, arrest patriarchy. It gave me a black eye. Mind you, she's the same person who's about to write this. She wrote this. Most men have clearly been willing to resist patriarchy when it interferes with individual desire, but they have not been willing to embrace feminism as a moment that would challenge change and ultimately end patriarchy because they benefit from it. These men aren't patriarchs, they are alaka. If they were patriarchs, they would think that they need to provide and protect. They don't want to provide. However, when it comes to the issue of gender, they were as sexist as their conservative cohorts. These are in reference to the feminist men. I would say nor protect, Riley. The reason I didn't say all protect is because I don't think patriarchy protects women. I don't think patriarchy tells men to protect women. I think that is just an add-on to feel good about what they're doing. I don't actually think they believe that, but I do. I didn't say protect because of that. Wait, do you want to read this through super chats, please?
What's interesting, ironic, is although she's written such abusive language, abusive men will still dismiss her because she's a woman.
Yeah. Oh, they do. Only the PhD level are almost the PhD people will cite her meaningfully.
I sat in for a conversation with some quote unquote academics. There was not a single discussion about any of the mentioned abuse at all in the book. The only thing they discussed was women silencing them. These were not like comment section TikTok or anything like this. These were the men studying feminism in college.
Wait, so you're saying when they were talking about bell hooks, they didn't talk about the abuse of women?
The will to change specifically we were discussing.
They didn't talk anything about the abuse.
Nothing about it at all. Dearest Bell, your man wasn't ish because he wasn't. Most likely his dad's fault. No need to write a book to guilt women about it. His NAB status.
Mind you, she says feminists feel sorry for men because they see how patriarchy wounds them, and yet men remain wedded to patriarchal culture. I don't think feminists feel sorry for men. Even if they do, that doesn't matter. Feminists feel sorry for women who are being abused by men. Ain't nobody got time for bell hooks to be rewriting nothing.
They also felt like the book was accusatory towards them still.
Yeah, because anything that is not full-throatedly cuddling them, which this book is literally like just, oh, I love men, I love men, I love men, I want men, I want men, I love men, I love men, we need to do men. Like, there are critiques of like, oh, men abuse women. She has to honestly own the fact that men abuse women. But outside of that, it's all I love men, we want men, we protect men, we here for men, we here for men, we love. Like, that's what this book is about. And how bad feminists. This is a feminist she critique. The feminist name is Minnie Bruce Pratt. I don't know her, but it's fine. The quote is, she said, feminist writer Minnie Bruce Pratt states the position clearly. How are men, quote, how are men going to change? The meeting between two people where one opposes the other is the point of change, but I do not want the personal contact. I don't want to do it. When people talk about not giving men our energies, I agree with that. They have to deliver themselves. This is the quote. And she's mad at this person. She says, these attitudes coupled with the negative attitudes of most men towards feminist thinking meant that there was never a collective affirming call for boys and men to join feminist movement so they would be liberated from patriarchy. So she just ignored the fact that this woman is talking about abuse of men, destroying her life, these women coming together and saying we need a safe space to build and live and create a different world for ourselves. She's like, no, none of that. We need to include men. We need to include men because we need to deliver men from patriarchy. We need to deliver the men abusing us from patriarchy. I don't understand how she thinks that was going to slide and that she wasn't going to get dragged from these feminists.
What do you think of her thoughts on Roe v. Wade?
I think, not I think, she's articulated that pro stance.
Because it feels like obviously you're not an individual in the case of feminism broadly, but it feels like forcing you to come to terms with your abuser, which I feel like would be the victim's choice and on the victim's time if they choose to do so, which some have. Bell Hooks has chosen to do, and some haven't. But who are you to decide that that's for them? And who are you to like force them into that? And who are you to invalidate that experience?
Yeah. I mean, what's the book? Oh my God. I think it's like Feminism is for Everyone. Do you know that book? Feminism is Forever. I don't remember the name. I think the book is Feminism is for Everyone. She does talk about reproductive rights being in the domain of like women. Part of patriarchy is controlling women's bodies, including reproduction. And so, like, she's obviously against the control of women's bodies, I think. That's that based on my reading of Bell Hooks. Yeah.
I assume she just says that and then writes the opposite thing on the next page, or I didn't read it, so.
Oh, by the way, she's blaming women, feminism, not patriarchy, for men not changing. She said, no wonder then that men who cared, who were open to change, often gave up, falling back on the patriarchal masculinity they found so problematic. The individual men who did take on the mantle of feminist notion of male liberation did so only to find that few women respected their shift. So if women don't respect their shift, you go and shift back. So this is not fundamentally about actually changing. It is about women respecting that you change for the better.
Do you think she'd be like a Pearly Things or somebody if she was?
It's funny, I don't think she would outwardly advocate against, well, I mean, I guess this is an wait, I don't, so
I'm thinking.
No, I don't think she's Pearly Things, no.
There's a creator, I just can't quite remember her name, but she has like really, really strong critiques for Black women. But outside of that, she's a feminist in every way, shape, or form. But then when it comes time to talk about Black women, she like leans really heavy into conservatism, like real heavy. That's what this kind of gives to me.
I think Bell Hooks was hurt. I think Bell Hooks was hurt because I think she loved men. And I don't think she felt there was space for her to love men.
No, well, okay. Maybe she didn't feel that way.
Yeah, sorry. She didn't feel like there was space for her to love men.
No, she wanted too much.
No, but I think sometimes women can feel because I've watched content creators that I have tremendous respect for drag other women because they're like, why you still want to deal with men? And I can see those women who want men being radicalized against the women telling them you should not want men, because I think it's fine to want men. I don't know that it's right to tell women don't deal with men. I don't know that that's right. For your protection, probably not, but don't. I don't know. I don't know what the right answer is.
Do you think Belle is a critical thinker?
Yes. I think she's smart. And that's why I think she's lying.
Okay.
Yeah, no, she's straight up lying in this book. Like, she's just straight up lying.
You think this is entirely like revenge?
I think the underpinning for this book, whether or not she would admit it or not, is the pushback.
I hate those feminists.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Lots of women survive leading happy, fulfilling lives because we do not embrace an identity which weds us to violence. Men must have the same choice. They do have the same choice. Men can choose to not be violent. What do you mean like women can be happy and live fulfilling life because they're not wedded to violence. And men should be able to do that. They can. We can. What do you mean?
I would previously say I don't think men read the book, but I think even if I think the men who read the book wouldn't care.
No. Wait, why did you say that?
They would give the same critique as like TikTok comments who have not read it.
Do you want to understand bell hooks politics?
Bell hooks, go ahead.
Visionary feminism is a wise and loving politics. It is rooted in the love of male and female being, refusing to privilege one over the other.
Oh my God, hold up. No, wait. Please tell me I wrote exactly that. Oh my God.
But then while you're looking for that, but then she drags men. By the way, I don't know that she knows she's dragging men. She said one of the primary reasons
She's
the
not
feminist.
Go ahead. She ain't trying to, but yeah, she is.
One of the primary reasons the feminists demand that we challenge and change patriarchy had so little impact on males was that the theory was primarily expressed in books. What do you think that means? If you want to hide something from...
Well, when we have to talk about paying men to go to a special education class because they're not working, and I want y'all to think about like that whole segment that we had like 15 minutes ago where Belle was like, oh, the literacy rates for these men is bad and they're not qualifying for jobs. So we need to have a special education for them and we can give them money. Like, I want y'all to think about the type of person in your mind. Don't let me paint the image for you. You paint it yourself. Went to special education, is being paid by the state, cannot hold a regular job or any job for that matter. What else did she say? Low literacy rate. Like, and she's talking about we're going to hide the truth from them in books. Mind you, never mind. I'm not going to critique her work.
You know how I said she was out here talking about men were happy for women to pay. So if men are happy for women to pay, it means they're not tied to patriarchy. That's ultimately what that means. So Bell Hooks lying when he's like, it's so hard for them to like unwind themselves from patriarchy. Men were happy, quote, men were happy with the idea that feminism was teaching women that they should pay their own way. So men were fine with that. They weren't patriarchs. Men's continued allegiance to a notion of masculinity that could no longer be fulfilled, realized on the old terms, led them to place greater emphasis on their ability to dominate and control by physical force and abusive psychological terrorism. The idea here is fundamentally, sorry, I just read that terribly, but the idea is these men don't mind if you're contributing once they get to subjugate you. Bell Hooks knows this. We know this. The fact that we are engaging in here, and Bell Hooks is like, you need to love them back to health is kind of strange to me.
Oh, I didn't write a lot. I just wrote something like Bell Hooks seems like one of those. We need to realize as a society that men and women need each other. She seemed like one of those, we can't live without each other, and we complement each other, and we're not, one of us isn't better. You're the head and I'm the neck.
When a psychologist asked a young male viewer what they would do if they had the power of the Hulk, they said they would smash their mommies. So, just putting that out there. One of the way patriarchal white males use mass media to wage the war against feminism was to consistently portray the violent woman-hating men on abhorrent and as abhorrent and abnormal. And then she goes into a long diatribe dragging for filth white patriarchy, because apparently black men just don't know. And because we wrote it in books, that's why black men didn't change. But if we just love black men enough, they will change, and they are not patriarchal in that way. In the final analysis, a woman is blamed for the man's violence against women. Another case of she made me do it. And he goes on dragging them like women should not be blamed. Women should not be blamed. You're blaming women. This white man killed someone. And then they were talking about how the white man who did the killing was such a good man and such a great man, and we need to look, and he was sick and he was sick and he was sick. What we need to understand is that he was bad, and they couldn't accept that he was bad. Why can't you do that same analysis generally? Because no, she can drag a white man. Bell Hooks gonna drag a white man. Bell Hooks don't mind dragging white man and racism. She does not. She don't.
Is this the fabled coined term that I've heard so often?
What do you mean?
The fabled coined term?
I don't know what you're talking about.
The coined term?
Why? I don't know. I am feel slow now.
Oh, I don't want to get trademarked.
Oh. She said that I have endeavored to create images of men that demonstrate their beauty and integrity of spirit. Much of
girl, what is it? Nah, this is the worst. No, what is it?
She said, much of the anger men direct at mothers is a response to the maternal failure to protect the spirit of the boy from patriarchal harm. Let me repeat this again. Much of the anger men direct at mothers is a response to the maternal failure to protect the spirit of the boy from patriarchal harm. So, patriarchal harm is not the issue. It is the failure of the mother to protect the child from patriarchal harm that is the issue. So, the mother is the issue, not the patriarchal harm that causes the boy to harm. She also said men are found to be suffering just the same as women. men would be found to be suffering as much as women. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No. No. Men are not suffering just as much as women. Women are suffering more because of the harm being pushed on them by men. Like in a patriarchy, to say that men and women are suffering equally in a patriarchy is like diabolical.
So
For
mom,
go ahead.
so she's supposed to fight the Hulk, I guess.
Wait. For these men, domination of women and children may be the only opportunity to assert a patriarchal presence. These men suffer. These are two separate sentences, side by side. For these men, domination of women and children may be the only opportunity to assert a patriarchal presence. These men suffer. What? Not the patriarchal presence these men suffer. No, the patriarchal presence, period. And then a new sentence, these men suffer. So these men are suffering. A separate sentence from the fact that they're dominating women to exert some sense of patriarchal presence. They pretend, they act as though they have power and privilege when they feel powerless. They're not that powerless if they're exerting dominance and physical power over someone. They have power. They might not have economic power. They might not have political power, but continue and say black men are who you're talking about. And if they're dominating women in the home and dominating children in the home, they have power in the home. What do you mean they don't have power? They're not powerless. These men inflicting harm on women at home aren't powerless. What do you mean? They're powerless in a system, but they're not powerless at home. Don't just use powerless. Say say that they are marginalized, weak, and nothing a B word, but they still have patriarchal power at home. Powerless against white men, maybe. Powerless against white women. Powerless against the system. Powerless against a job. Powerless against school. Powerless against the prison industrial complex. But definitely not powerless at home.
In those books.
Powerless against the literacy rate.
That's why the first Underground Railroad failed. Had to put the second one on the map.
Can you read that and respond to it?
I have loved men and to stop trying to beat me on multiple occasions. It's not impossible. So anyone listening, please don't take this advice. That is quite silly. Actually, I want to respond gently. First, I want to ask if you're still in the chat, are you still with that man? Oh, you said men. So like multiple. And you said trying. So I kind of want more details. Can we drop the link? I have like several questions. I actually don't have a comment yet. I have more questions. Mr. Whittingham.
Can you screenshot it so I can save it so we can drop the link after the review? We're almost done with the review. I just don't want to. I have questions too. Okay. Not gonna hold you. I've never read this book, and the fact that this is a book everybody routinely promotes is insane. Yep. Well, that's why we're reading it now.
Does he?
Yeah, he be citing bell hooks. That man. I've never seen someone cite bell hooks more. As their pain intensifies, so does their need to do violence, to coercively dominate and abuse others. For many men, the moment of violent connection might be the only intimacy, the only attainable closeness, the only space where their agony is released. They obscure the reality that many victimize from the location of victimization. The violence they do to others is usually a mirroring of the violence enacted upon and within themselves. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this.
Oh, that's like one of those things like my friend made up, remember? Oh, he like internalized it. When he beats me, it's like really he's beating himself. You know, when your parents, that came straight out of the Black parents, actually, Black parents playbook. When I whoop you, it's like I'm whooping myself. Okay.
Many radical feminists have been so enraged by male domination that they cannot acknowledge the possibility of male suffering or forgive.
What about the ones who are like upset at women and who can't acknowledge like male domination and the effects on women, and why feminists might be upset at men possibly, and why that
She has an
upset?
answer for that. What happens to those men? She said, there needs to be more feminist work that specifically addresses males. I thought she said men don't read. I guess the feminists need to start their podcasts.
This is like, you know who Bell Hooks is? Why is there no International Men's Day?
Mm-hmm. Mind you, she goes to The Color Purple and she invokes Mr. and she treats this transformation of Mr. as a good example of what should happen in society. And I almost lost my ish. Remember, in The Color Purple, Mr. stops beating Celie. Mr. stopped abusing Celie after Celie left and said
Yeah,
anything
I
like
was gonna
that.
say he didn't stop, did he? I thought she just like left
Left.
and he could no longer beat her because she was no longer there.
And he got old, so he literally physically couldn't abuse people. There was no introspection, there was nothing. The fact that she used that as an example of how we can reacclimate and introduce violent men back into the fold is actually kind of insane to me.
Her game plan, feminist, wait it out. Just 87 years of it. He'll get tired.
Mind you, men hate that. Men drag The Color Purple. Men do not agree with The Color Purple. Men actually say they're terrible and they treated him poorly and blah, blah, blah. And they are lying on men. Men have not even started to acknowledge the harm. Can you read it, please? No?
If there was a debate on The Color Purple, Bell Hooks would argue for Mr. I literally started writing this before you even said it, Themis.
What?
She started this comment and then you said it in the middle of her writing it.
Wait, what comment? If there
was a debate on The Color Purple, Bell Hooks would argue for Mr.
Yeah, I mean, she did. She did. What do you mean would? Would she argued for it. What do you mean? She's saying this is how we should treat. She said this is a template for how we should treat abusive men.
Production says while she was writing this comment, you were going through that line.
Oh, I thought you were saying that.
No,
you were reading.
She was.
You were reading hers. Yeah. We must be willing to hear men speak their pain. Only when we courageously face male pain without turning away will we model for men the emotional awareness healing requires. If he was wounded, then how could he protect me? I could see men as comrades and fellow travelers on the journey of life and not existing merely to provide instrumental support. Men of all ages who want to talk about feelings usually learn not to go to other men. All right, cool. Who should they go to? Who should they go to? Who should be doing the work? It's the whole thing you were like, oh, men and women should work together to help men. And in the end, you are saying, oh, men not going to listen to other men.
So they're not going to listen to women. They're not going to listen to men. And they're emotionally stunted and violent. And they're going to take it out on someone.
She has an answer for pedophilia. You want to hear her response to pedophilia and why pedophilia exists?
All right, let's go. Oh, single mothers.
Well, mothers, but yeah. The fear of subjugation is often triggered by the reality that boys parented by patriarchal women are controlled via their longing for maternal closeness. In maternal sadism, the manipulative woman exploits the boy's emotional vulnerability to bend him to her will, to subjugate him. This early experience resides at the heart of many a man's fear of being intimate with a grown woman, and it may explain why so many men in patriarchal culture seek intimacy with girls or women young enough to be their daughters.
Snuck a little plausible deniability in there. Maybe it might explain. I don't know. I'm just saying it might.
I ain't saying that. You're right. She's saying I'm not saying it did, but it
I'm
might.
just saying maybe something to think about. Oh, she don't like women. Like even if this book were not just a critique of feminism, I think even if you walk out of whatever room that you had and women were like, you're male identified, we don't want you in here, go away, lame, or whatever, you could not squeeze this book out of me in no way, shape, or form unless I already hated women.
She forgot that she just told women to cuddle men and help men and love men through it. She forgot all of that. And this quote is not out of context because it's separated from the paragraphs. She said, often when a female gets close to male pain, penetrating male mass to see the emotional vulnerability beneath, she becomes a target of the rage. But you want women to do the work of helping men become whole, but you are saying when they penetrate the mask of male emotional vulnerability, they become the target of rage. You are fully aware that women become the target of rage when they try to help men, but they should. Why? Men need to hear the why, the answer to why is happening now. Men need to hear that their souls matter and that the care of their soul is the primary task of their being. So that's why. That's why you need to sacrifice your life.
So that men realize they matter. In this society, we need men to realize they haven't figured it out yet. That men matter. No one's told them.
I mean, we're in the end of the book. So at this point, I'm just giving y'all a cherry on top of the dusty cake. Sexism roles restrict the identity formation of male and female children, but the process is far more dangerous and damaging to who? Who do you think? Who do you think, Bell Hooks, think the patriarchal role is far more damaging to?
You know, I wouldn't even say boys. I would say grown men. Hurts them the worst. Fully developed adult men, I'd say.
Sexist roles restrict the identity formation of male and female children, but the process is far more damaging to boys because not only are the roles required of them more rigid, the roles for men are more rigid and confining, but they are much more likely to receive severe punishment. Mind you, her dusty daddy broke down the door, used the door to beat her, and nothing about what the dad did to the brother when they deviate from the roles. You are telling me that women being beaten by men, being mistreated by men, in your mind, is not as bad as what men have to go through in patriarchy. Do you believe you are a patriarchal man? Do you believe you're a feminist or a patriarchal man?
Both.
So you intentionally lean into patriarchy?
Yes.
When you deviate from patriarchy, what happens?
When, like in the workplace or in a relationship?
Generally,
or
in life.
When I deviate, nothing.
Cool. For women, I don't understand. When women try to go out and do anything that's not quote unquote feminine, the backlash is generally swift. The idea that she believed that the patriarchal roles are more damaging to boys is kind of weird to me. Men deviating from providing is not harsher for them. I'm so sorry. Men deviating from providing is not harsher for them. She goes into whole this compartmentalism thing as if everyone don't compartmentalize. Workaholism is the most common addiction in men because it usually it is rewarded and not taken seriously as a detrimental part of emotional development. So she don't believe men should work, by the way. She think workaholism is bad for men. I mean, sure, I agree. It's also bad for women.
I feel like women be doing more at work too. It's just an anecdote. It's not data. So
one dimension of feminist movement that did have a profound impact on men was its insistence that women had the right to critique men both collectively and individually. She have a problem with this. Collectively, men responded with a feeling of depression, and women were being killed.
I'm guessing she doesn't do interviews.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing she doesn't do. She didn't do any interviews or stuff like that.
She did. She was getting praised by. I think her interviewers were very taken by her, and people loved her. And I think Bell Hooks was smart, and I would have gone to see her. I didn't get to see her while she was alive, but I would. She said girls are allowed to mourn changes. Males have no ritual of mourning as boys or men. So that's why they're beating. There's one more thing that this is where I found out that she mad at feminists for real. When individuals, including myself, wrote about the necessity of affirming men and identifying them as comrades in struggle, we were often labeled as male identified. Girl, she's big mad. She is big mad that the feminist movement was dragging her. And then her final chapter that we're not gonna read is entitled "Loving Men," and I ain't doing it. All right. So my final thoughts on Bell Hooks. We just read the whole book together. Final thoughts. Yeah, no, it's gonna be a no from me. I don't know what she thought she was doing, but what she did was sit there and cuddle man, lied for man, and then pretended that women are the problem for why men are the way that they are. And that feminists should endeavor to help men because men won't help themselves. Mind you, she highlighted that men don't care nothing about what women got to say because patriarchy, but you should still help them. And you can't write it, even though she wants you to do a lot of research. You can't write it because she don't think men can read. So you need to perform it somehow. Maybe put up a stage, jump on the stage and act it out. I don't know. Play charades. Final thoughts before I drop the link.
I think these discussions, Belle's not here to hear this, but maybe her followers are. These discussions, I think, require men to be here in good faith. The feminists, as she detailed earlier in the book, throughout the book, attempt to get through to the men who rejected these conversations. You attempted to get through to the men, not you, but Belle. And they rejected these conversations. And she, by her own admission, are described as the male identified pick me. And if you can't get through to them, they reject even you, the one who is appeasing them, coddling them, and stroking their ego. They reject even you, right? And it's not a matter of speaking to them gently and coddling them. They are not rejecting feminism and working with women and coming together because women aren't talking to them gently. You just described in this book how all these women have been AR'd and beaten and abused and are still running back to men, trying to work with them. But she never seems to say the reason women won't work with men is because men don't talk to us gently and don't try to understand women and don't center us in their discussions and or whatever, right? No, the reason men aren't coming together with you is because they don't want to. And go and ask the other pick-me's. Go and ask the pastor's wife who cooks and clean and irons the clothes while he go out and cheat on her, and ask how that worked out. And did he stop? Did he stop and did things improve, or did the turmoil like continue and he did not improve throughout the marriage? It don't seem like it based on what we watched. And I think this is evidenced exactly by the way men weaponize this book that Bell Hooks wrote. Men do not read The Will to Change. They don't care about the substance, I don't think, of The Will to Change. And to the extent that they do, I think men will sit here in a room full of feminists, not here, I don't know what y'all are, but never having opened the book and sit here and lie straight to a bunch of women's faces and say, I read a book called The Will to Change by Bell Hooks. She's considered one of the great feminist writers. And I think all you women should read it. It talks about how evil women like you all refuse to let good, well-intentioned men like me prioritize myself in feminist discussion. These men have no interest in exploring masculinity. They have interest in silencing women. And that is all.
I'm not reading this. I'm not reading this. Well, Benji, I love you dearly, love you down. Picture 8, but I ain't reading this.
She popped her tittle out with that book. Not a single black man latched except FD.
Can you both Level Up and Prince Petty, can you manage the stream? Give me 2 seconds. Someone is at my door and I need to figure out who. Level Up, you can speak and then you can get engaged. I'll be right back. I won't be hearing you though. Sorry, I have to check.
Hello, Level Up. Welcome.
Hello. How are you this fine evening?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm doing very well. Thank you very much.
What say you?
I'm glad you guys are talking about this. I've read this book a couple years ago. My flappers were gasted. I read it because I kept hearing her name come up in these different conversations. And I was like, oh, you know what? I need to familiarize myself with her because I heard so many wonderful things about her. And I'm not saying she's not a great person and she's not really smart and all that thing. Like flowers, flowers, accolades, accolades, love, love, love. But the book was not what I thought it was going to be. And I was very frustrated for the same reasons you guys seem to have been. So this feels vindicating for me to hear what you guys are saying.
Wait, you don't think feminists are the male haters?
I think that lady really loved her some black men. That's what I think.
Understood. Joseph, you were saying that you really appreciate Bell Hook's work. And I think you said you knew her in person. It's on mute, and I can't read your lips.
Sorry.
You said you were putting the cape on?
No, I said I saw her in person once at the new school.
You saw Bell Hooks once at the school?
The new school. Is my audio okay?
Oh yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah. I went to the new school and she spoke at the new school. So in the chat I was speaking, someone was speaking about having also seen her there.
What's the new school?
The new school, university. It's a part of
the old school.
It's a very like left-wing liberal institution.
Oh, you're a left wing.
For social research. It's a social research university.
Understood. You were saying that you loved men into not beating you anymore, or something like that.
Yeah. So to clarify, what I said that I have loved men into not beating, or say like I think you were saying there was some caveat. I forgot the specific verbiage that I used that you were saying, or to stop beating or something that of me. And I was specifically speaking about growing up. I grew up in or just to reflect, I went to an all boys school when I was growing up. So I have a lot of experience in like just kind of unadulterated male behavior, and that being directed to me, especially as an early presenting like queer boy. And when I was young, the obvious, the obvious sort of like reaction to violent boys or homophobic boys or boys who were essentially trying to inflict harm on me in any kind of way would be to just be like F them and fight them back or whatever, and just be like not engage with them or whatever, be like they're bad, I'm good, they don't like me, etc. But going to an all boys school, that's not very useful over time because you have to be there for years at a time. And so you are kind of put in this situation where you don't have a choice but to find some way to have good relations with them in an everyday sense, because I was living there and lodging there like a boarding school, not just going to school every day. So you're sleeping in the same quarters, everything, with these violent, sometimes hateful, beating men, etc. And
Wait,
go ahead.
Real quick, because I didn't go to a school like this growing up. Is this like a Christian school or something like that? Because I didn't go to or is this like elementary or middle or something?
I went to a boarding school in like between like a boarding school in between like middle school and early like third grade and sixth grade, between like third and seventh grade or so.
Okay, I missed that part.
Yeah. So one of the things that I had the benefits of in this all boys school is that we would have these like group therapy-ish kind of sessions, like once a month or whatever, because there would always be some boy who was there who hated being there, was missing his parents, whatever the case may be. But the way boys express themselves is they're never going to say, oh, I miss home. They're never going to say, oh, I wish I had my mom. They're going to just pick fights and do dumb shit like with anybody and everyone that they can.
So
And
are the
so,
to
so
clarify, are the
go ahead.
group therapy, is this just like all of the boys, or is there a
So
dedicated professional?
So these we would have group therapy sessions that were led by clinical therapists and by
Okay.
like behavioral psychologists. And we would have them in sort of groups of like 5 to 7 students or so. And one of the things that, I had to come to terms with at a very young age, because I was maybe between the ages of like 7 and 12 in this school, was the fact that people just come from such, like, even regardless of the poverty and difficult things that I experienced in my life when I was a young child, I was always fascinated by like just how much worse other people had it, that I couldn't even fathom. Like I could never, no matter how being homeless or things like that, I could never fathom my parents not loving me. So like imagine if you meet someone and yeah, they came from poverty, but you also see that their parents also don't even love them. And you notice that at like when they're like 7, 8, and you can see like just how they're deteriorating because nobody loves them. And the only people that they have who might love them might be a counselor at the school or a teacher or something like that. But then you start kind of placing their behavior towards you in the context of which they come from, which you learn through therapy. And sometimes maybe, you don't have therapy with them, but then you just kind of use your own imagination. And I grew up from a very Christian perspective. I always hated the kind of turn your other cheek ideology because it's like, I always wanted to fight back. And I always felt like, if you don't put people back in their place, they don't learn from things. But I have learned, and the reason why I agree with a lot of Bell Hook's ethic is that there is a sort of like radical power of love that I do believe you can almost impose upon other people. And it's kind of fascinating sometimes when you experience people who are so committed to maybe hate or violence in a certain kind of way, and then they realize that they can't actually alter who you are through that hate, because a big part of why they're doing what they're doing is because they want you to feel the depths of the pain that they're feeling. So, you know, a lot of pain and a lot of implementation of violence between people is just people trying to get other people to feel the same hurt that they're feeling, and trying to, it's like the same way hurt people, misery loves company. Misery loves company is just one of the most true things of life. And if you can kind of see that a person is actually miserable and just trying to get you to be miserable with them, and say, okay, I'm not going to have like a competition with you to try to like see who can be more miserable, but I'm actually going to one up you, and I'm going to actually try to love on you in a certain kind of way that will actually soothe some of the misery that you are actually experiencing. And that can actually, over a long term, and sometimes even a shorter term, change their behavior for the long term. And I just experienced that through so many, like in so many different scenarios, not just in that boarding school, but outside of that school in other scenarios where I didn't have the option of choosing divestment from the person who was causing me pain or whatever. Or I didn't have the option to say, like to just kind of write someone off and then go into my own world. And I do think we live in a world now where people believe that they have this option of just like divesting from all of the pain and anguish around them. And then they're often frequently disappointed because they realize that they're not, you know. So I'll leave that there.
I'm curious, when you say you like loved abuse away. I'm trying to see how to best form my questions. Do you feel like you say you agree with bell hooks because you think you can impose on people who are violent if they're like repeatedly violent to you, but they realize that you just have such a strong will and that you're unmoving and you're unchanging. And could you repeat that part to me?
Okay, yeah. So I was saying that I do believe in the power of a loving ethic, which is the more clarifying verbiage I think that she speaks of. Bell Hooks's ethos is about the power of a loving ethic. So it's like the ethics of love and the ethics of how powerful love can be in actually sort of creating the world that we want to see, sort of over a more carceral perspective, I guess. And that's why I say that, I feel like Bell's perspective is very similar to.
But I'm
Go
not
ahead.
I'm trying to visualize, like, I can't see in my mind because she goes through very like vivid examples of abuse. Like she
Correct.
describes being beaten by her dad several times or being in a 10-year relationship with a man experiencing intimate partner violence. And
Hmm.
I'm trying to more clearly paint a picture in my mind of what does it look like to show the power of love, because what she describes is not something that I think women are not already doing, and I don't think it works at all.
I mean, I don't think that what she describes or prescribes, whether you think it's prescriptive or not, I don't think that it is by any means, like you said, it's not like a 1 + 1 = 2 kind of thing. Like I don't think it's that you have a loving ethic, you present a loving ethic to someone who is maybe violent or harmful, and then just like miraculously they just like turn overnight. I think that there will be cases when that's useful, and then there are cases when it's not useful. Um, and I actually think one of the hard things is that like you don't really know when that's useful.
Yeah, so this feels like I'm playing Russian roulette, like with my life, if I'm a woman.
Exactly.
Like this
And
feels like
yeah,
extremely dangerous and like something I should, like, if I'm, so when it comes to, I don't know, um how we treat abusers. Like if I'm a clinician or a research scientist and I want to study the brain or mindset or something of abusers, I would understand that if I'm like a professional. But if I'm like an individual woman, it feels like I'm treating the man as, this feels like I can fix him in my mind. Or am I misconstruing what you're saying? Like this feels like I'm going to pour love into this person and I'm going to be so overwhelmingly positive towards him and invest in him and show him that I don't know how much of the stream that you were here for, but it
mhm.
feels like a lot of what she's saying is like, if we just show these abusive men love, then they can see that they can be better or something like that.
Yeah, I do think like I think one of the difficult parts about, I don't want to like about sort of living by an ethic like that is sort of um the sort of like level of harm, not necessarily level of harm, like the level of fear that that can bring, and sort of like what you said, the kind of like tightrope that that is, a kind of like Russian roulette that is. I think I think one of the things that we have to contend with as just people in society, if we want to have a better society, is that there is no, I don't believe that fear or moving from a place of fear is ever long-term effective. And I feel like personally that because even through a place of fear, you can still experience violence, etc., like that, without maybe trying to head it off, and you can still have negative experiences. So I feel like it's more worthwhile to
Yeah, but
spend.
you can.
I feel like just to finish my sentence, I feel like it's more worthwhile to spend one's life trying to make a sort of like ripple change through one's behaviors and experiences than to spend one's life in a fear-based structure trying to avoid all of the possible negative things, which will inevitably happen because you can't you can't mark your like hold yourself off from anything bad happening to you. It will happen inevitably.
Well, it doesn't. I don't feel like we have to live our life entirely based around fear, but it feels like we don't have to place our life in immediate risk. And I understand the idea that um, you could be living your life. I think you said something like you could be living your life in fear of this and it could still happen, or something like that, right?
Correct. You could be living your life in fear of any of the things that you were mentioning.
um, Without taking the risk, and something like this could still happen. But I feel like we would still, like, I would still tell my children not to play in the street or not to get in a white van if a man's offering candy. Like, it's not because I want to 100% eliminate all risk that anything can happen to them, but it's because it's just like well proven to severely reduce the risk. And we want to take the precaution that we can. Not because I think that you're going to be 100% safe, but because I think we should at least take some care to our safety.
Can I
I I
interject with a
oh, go ahead.
question?
Okay. I would just say, just in response to what you said, Petty, just that I do agree with that sentiment. I just don't know that in the case of like love and interpersonal relationships, that it is necessarily proven to be more so effective than another ethic. I don't know. I don't know if the sort of politics of avoidance maybe is as effective as people maybe necessarily think it is.
If the what?
I don't know if the politics of avoidance and approaching things from that perspective, I don't know if that is actually proven to be more safe. Because you were saying, for instance, we tell our children not to play in the street. I think that's a more proven thing than to say that, if a person does or does not have, um,
Like leaving an abuser the first time they are violent versus staying with them for a longer period of time.
correct.
You don't know if that's well researched.
No. I don't know that. Yeah, I don't know that a person who may have experienced abuse in any degree, if they leave that relationship, or should I say, if they leave those relationships automatically versus um a person like, because I guess you're saying like if they see that early on, right? Or is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Or you're just saying like at any time? Like, yeah, because
I
I
I assumed you were saying when you said that you love someone and to stop trying to beat you. Sorry, by the way, earlier I thought you said you love someone out of beating you.
yeah.
But you said and to stop trying to beat you. I assumed that you saw red flag or warning sign that this person was abusive. So yes, I would say warning signs and leaving at the warning signs as opposed to trying to love them into not abusing you.
Correct. I mean, I personally believe that all forms of violence are equal. And so in that, I do think that like, but at the same time, I do think that there are, I do think that there's like a level of common sense that one has to sort of like place within certain things, right? So it's that I would not necessarily suggest that you meet a person who shows themselves to be violent in every way from the time that you meet them, and for you to continuously, through that violence, try to change them to be nonviolent. However, I do think that you could have a scenario where you do experience a moment of violence, or a moment of not even violence, but just like a moment of abuse from someone that happens along the way. And I think actually sometimes that can even actually be maybe more corrosive, because you're faced with, a pattern of behavior that is contradictory to the momentary situation that you might be faced with. And I don't know that always, like I said, fleeing every scenario is actually, from a community base, the most restorative option.
I feel like it's a bit difficult for me to pin down your thought, and that makes it hard for me to respond to you.
In what way?
Can I interject with a question?
Sure. Oh, but
What
Are
is
you
the
thinking?
benefit to the person that is being harmed? Like when you think about risk, right? There's usually a reward that you're risking things for. I understand the benefit to the person who's harming, but how would you describe the benefit to the person who's being harmed? And furthermore, when we think about the relationships as a whole and our culture as a whole, knowing that what we know about men and men and violence, do you think it is inevitably are you okay with women being abused in relationships? Do you think that is inevitable because of the dynamic of men and women?
I don't. Well, first off, I do think that there is not, I would say, an inevitability around abuse in the sense of the broad phrasing of abuse. I don't think it's inevitable that someone would put their hands on you particularly, but as a person, I personally place verbal and non-physical violence. I place that actually quite high along physical violence personally. So I do think that it is likely over the long term of a relationship that a person would likely have moments that they might consider to be abusive from a partner. But I do not think abuse is something that is like should be expected on like an average, and that you should say, oh, well, abuse happens to everybody, so I should deal with it, for your second part. And to the first part, I do think that, again, it's more of a perspective of affirming your own ethics. And so what you would get out of that would be whatever positive changes you made with the individual, and how those would go out into the community, whether or not they stayed or not with you. Say for instance, you whatever, whether or not they stayed with you. And I don't think it's something though that a person has to do. And by no means am I saying, or even insinuating, that people like should make that their necessarily like their ethic. I'm saying that it's an ethic that I do believe in, and that I do think that works for me. But I also said in the chat, that I'm a very spiritual person. I've been told, I've been told that I have a healing spirit. I have always felt that I have a healing demeanor. And so I have a threshold for certain levels of I don't want to say violence, but I have a threshold for certain levels of, I guess you could say, abusive kind of discourse or even back and forth with other people in my fight to improve them. And that's a personal thing that I don't necessarily think that everyone is built for, but I do think that there is a threshold that I think is like too low. And so I do think it could be like elevated just a bit and not so intolerant. I think that there's a certain level of intolerance now that I think is, maybe individually actually very useful. But I do think as a group, it's kind of leaving bad seeds unattended.
So, what is the benefit to you for having this level of endurance? What do you get out of that?
I personally feel as though I have gotten a lot of very fulfilling like relationships with people that I didn't think that I could be in relationship with. And through such, it's given me a greater like, I would say kind of like almost like hope for people and humanity as a whole. I think experience every time I experience someone's change and see how a loving ethic is actually effective on them, I'm like even more radicalized to move from that point of view because I just find sort of more carceral forms of punishment towards abuse, whether they're interpersonal or more in the community at large. I just find that a lot of them have not shown me to actually produce better individuals in the society. I haven't experienced people who were essentially banished from everyone and or ostracized and them not go off to create an even darker story. I've seen where, maybe you ostracize for a little bit and then you let people know this is why they've been ostracized and we're bringing you back into the fold to be different this time if there's a change of behavior. But I've never seen where the full ostracization allows for a person to go off and independently create a form of themselves that later on I would say would be anything that I would want to interact with. I think the desire for people to do that individually on their, do that homework by themselves kind of thing is one that I understand, but I just have not seen a lot of examples in real life where that's actually been effective. The annoying Iana Van Zant way, I have just seen way more examples of that method working. And it's actually very frustrating because it's a kind of way that I think most people find like very emotionally unsatisfying. Most people want to just tell, abusers and people like that to kick rocks. And I totally understand that. And I don't think that, I don't think that people should be like, I don't think I would never talk badly about someone who has that perspective, but I wouldn't agree with it as a means of actually creating positive change.
Why do you think the people are telling the abuser to kick rocks?
Why do I think? I think it's obvious. I think, like you said, there's fear of allowing. It's like, you don't want to allow a wolf into your home, right? You don't want, because you know what a wolf is going to do. But if you knew that you could actually domesticate a wolf and turn it into a dog, then
Who's
you'd be
the
dealing with
example?
Sorry?
Who's the wolf in this example?
Man.
Okay.
Yeah, like men, I don't think that men are, I think, and the reason why I say this is because I very much so was raised with the opposite way of thinking. I grew up in a house full of girls. I'm the only boy. I always assumed the best of girls and the worst of boys growing up.
So,
And I had so many encounters where that just was not the case. And I realized that I couldn't look at the world as black and white, like every girl was just going to be my friend because she was a girl. I was that gay kid who thought because I was gay, every woman was just going to be so nice to me because men were just so mean and homophobic. And that men were just these pieces of shit who I had to hide from because they were going to, beat me up if they saw me switching or walking down the street. And I ended up being the gay boy who was nearly all American, played every sport with all the most hood boys with scars on their faces and all kinds of things. I had a lot of my own ideas about people that I was able to overcome only because I gave them the opportunity to show me that they weren't just the wild wolves that I thought that they were.
but why are you saying they fear the men in the first place?
Because of history. I think history is not a bad way to live one's life by. I think if you have, as I have, or not even just through history, because I didn't have it, face to face, but I saw through television and media, etc., that men are this way, women are this way, avoid men, hang around girls, that will cause you the least amount of pain and consternation. And I personally, that was the furthest thing from the truth for me. You
No,
know,
I'm trying to like from the women's perspective because I'm a man. So why would the women in this case be from scared of the men? Like why would they fear the men?
why would women fear men?
Like I'm a man, so I understand why I fear men, but I'm kind of asking from your perspective why you think women would.
I think men and women fear men for the same reasons. I don't think that. I think actually that a lot of
That can't be. I fear men because I think they're like taking up all of the space on the dating app, and I don't feel like that's why women fear men.
are you being serious
Yeah, of
or
course.
what? Okay. Well, I don't you fear men because they take up space on the dating app? And
Yeah.
how does that harm you?
Well, my fear isn't about harm. Well, I mean, I guess it like harms my
Fear
dating.
and harm are
Yeah, it's more about like my dating chance. It's not like an actual physical harm to me.
okay.
But I assume that's not why women aren't dating. Well,
I'm
I guess
sorry.
some women are dating women, but I don't think that's why. Or it could be.
What could be what?
Well, I'm asking why women do, and I don't think that's why.
You don't think what's why? Sorry, I can't understand what you're saying. You're
Well, I was
He's
trying to
saying that the men are damaging the dating pool.
I was trying to understand why women had a. I understand from my perspective why I fear men, but I was trying to more so understand why you thought women might fear men.
Well, the reason why I say that men and women fear men for very similar reasons is that I think men and women are socialized from a very young age to understand that there are certain types of men who will uh, elicit violence against people whose opinions that diverge from sort of the normal patriarchal way of thinking, and that both men and women can be the victims of that violence at any time, and that violence can be upheld by even law enforcement or security or the teacher, etc. So I think girls and boys see boys misbehave from the time they're in school to the time they're adults, and they see how they inflict violence upon other people and how they get away with it. And I think that they similarly fear men for many of those reasons. A lot of men that hang around, a lot of men, male groups are just one cocky guy surrounded by yes men. Most male friendship groups are not, these critical thinking things. They're just a bunch of guys who are afraid of the biggest guy in the group or the coolest guy in the group or the wealthiest guy in the group. And they're afraid of whatever, access to patriarchy that they might lose if said person thinks that they're not, thinks that they're not a good enough member of the boys. So I think men and women dislike men for the same reasons.
But you don't think that fear is like justified?
I don't think that it's justified
So you don't
in the
actually
sense that no. I think
harming.
I think it's like, as I said before, I think it's a justified fear. I just don't believe in one's behavior being activated or driven by fear. I personally don't believe in that ethic, and that's why I don't agree with it. I don't it's not unclear to me that, if you see that
You don't
intimate
think
partner
like
violence, if you see that intimate partner violence is of a certain rate, and you see that intimate partner violence with XYZ race of men is a certain rate, I could very well easily see I should not date XYZ race of men or whatever, because these are the statistics that are surrounded that, right?
you're saying like divestment.
Exactly. I could very well easily see why people divest from men because of statistical information that they have, or just anecdotal experiences that they have. I just don't agree with that being enough for there to actually be divestment.
So even if they have data and the data corroborates their lived experience, you don't believe this justifies their fear of men,
No.
nor does it justify them to, like, the way you word it seems unusual. Like, I walk on the sidewalk and not in the street because I don't want to get hit by a car. I wouldn't call that I'm living based on fear. It feels like this is a normal way to live life, considering these things. Not living like, if I stayed indoors all day, every day, and I never went out, like, we could talk about what a reasonable amount of fear is, sure.
Correct.
And maybe we disagree on that. But
Exactly. And I think that's really maybe the crux of the disagreement, is the level of fear. And I think that's actually an important part of considering bell hooks at like love ethic, is that it's not for one who maybe has a very low threshold for fear, or for one who maybe feels as though they're in need of divesting from
is it,
like trying to educate people. If it's not
is it
for
even
you,
is
I
it
don't.
even about fear though? Like, she describes the women in the book who, even the women she's critiquing in the book who we discussed, have been beaten, ard, essay, like all types of run through the ringer by men, and they're still working with men, talking to men, in
Correct.
relationships with men, attempting to open these men's mind to feminist thought, holding space for them to get in touch with
Correct.
their masculinity and trying to get in touch with their emotion. And
Correct.
this doesn't seem like women are like living in fear. This feels like the men just don't want to.
The men just don't
Or
want to what? Sorry.
like, this feels like this doesn't have to do with women living in fear of like they're with the men who are abusing them.
Mm.
So they're staying with them, they're loving them and cooking and cleaning for them. Those men are not changing.
I mean, I think
They're
I
holding
think
that space,
yeah.
even at the most like radical end, where bell hooks is saying these feminists are like coming in there holding space for these men to change. They're not changing. They're more interested in deconstructing patriarchy where it benefits them and where it still allows them to oppress women, they do.
Mhm.
And that's their interest.
So I do think there, and this is where things kind of, I think, diverge a little bit, is because I think there's the sort of like, um, there's like the ethos that she's speaking about, and then there are the lived experiences of individuals and how they're trying to navigate their own interpersonal relationships. And I think she is offering a sort of like offering her prescription for said relationships, which is through a loving ethic, acknowledging that she herself experienced interpersonal violence, and um, also, also basically, I see a lot of parallels between how she feels about men and the Nikki Giovanni and Baldwin conversation, when Nikki was saying, look at these men, they could give a f, they're so smug, they don't care about anybody, they're not loving, etc., etc. And Baldwin was saying, look at he was like, you have to consider the bag the cat is in. That was the term that he used. That was his quote there. And so, I know there was even a conversation on this channel about that conversation. And I think
Yeah, they were
essentially,
both in the same bag.
huh? Well, they are they're both
And then when
in a
they
bag.
both,
They're
when
both
they
in a
both,
bag.
and inside the bag, he decided to beat her inside the bag that they both in. And he
So,
said, the reason I'm doing it is because I'm in the bag that you're in.
You also
well,
mentioned that like men are more sturdy. So I don't want to pretend that it's the same bag. I think that the level of labor that women were put to during those times was more detrimental to the women's body and to their life than the men, because they were literally endangering themselves like with people, like during pregnancy they would be out working themselves to the bone, all the above. Like I think that, with no disrespect to you, Petty, like I don't think they were in the same bag. I think women had it decidedly worse during those times.
Oh, I'm just going in with the analogy.
Okay.
yeah, well, I was just making the connection between their trains of thought, because I do think Belle is a Baldwinite, and I think a lot of her theories around relationships, I think you can see there is a variance in intellectual thought between, you know, it's kind of like a chicken and an egg conversation in the Black community, right? It's like, is the man or woman, depending on whatever part of the conversation you're having this from, is the man behaving this way because of the bag that he's in, or is he, or is that like not a legitimate conversation to have because the woman is also with him in that bag? That's, that is it's a very common and popular difference of opinion. And I personally don't believe that there is a right or wrong answer, because I just happen to be a very Libra person in that way. I don't necessarily think my ethic or love ethic is actually the end all be all, perfect way of dealing with it, because I do think that, carcerality and like punishment has effects on people.
To be
Um,
clear, is the bag representing patriarchy, and is patriarchy an excuse for men to abuse women?
I think
Or
the
in this
bag,
case, white supremacy and Black men?
yeah, the bag would be white supremacist, patriarchal capitalism, as bell hooks call it, right? White supremacist, patriarchal capitalism. Like I think that is the larger bag. And I do say, for instance, as a Black man, I consider myself non-binary, but I still consider myself a man. I
Period.
I personally do not like. I know that I grew up in a family that had two halves of the side. my mother is very much a bell hooksian kind of thinker, where she wants me to do the best that I can in life, but she very much is like, she was very much a hippie kind of thinker about capitalism and people's ability to survive in it and poverty. And that is a system that is designed for most people to never get out of. So the idea of beating myself up for not maybe attaining certain levels of providership or capitalism or whatever is something that I have personally never felt the pressure of. And that I have found success in spite of, not because of. And so I know that if I were to not have found success or have, done okay for myself in life, I know that people would look at me similarly as the ancient nigga who never, did anything for themselves, et cetera, et cetera. And I just feel like there's such a fine line between like where Black men, like between the success of Black men and their behavior in a white supremacist capitalist society that is like the society informing the behavior. There's such a fine line between what's informing the behavior and what's maybe, I don't want to say innate, because innate is kind of like that gets into the world of, that I'm not getting into. I don't think anything is innate to any individual section of people. But I do think that there are certain kinds of environments that people grow up in from very small ages that make certain levels of violence and behavior seem very normalized to them, and that without intervention and psychology, they are not going to ever see differently, and that they're never going to do the work themselves and work through that. It's just never going to happen. And I that's why I possess a loving ethic.
No, that's no
Because
But why
justification
would
for
they?
abusing
who-
someone, of course.
I'm sorry, you were breaking up. What did you say, Patty?
That's no justification for abusing someone, of course.
No. And that I would never say it's a justification. And I don't, I would never say it's a justification. I don't think it's a justification. It's just the way that I see
Now,
the
it feels like
the pattern of behavior.
It feels like there's a strong message of women sympathy towards men who put their hands on you because they had a rough childhood and the system is hard.
I'll also go a step further, because I will note, Nika, you have not engaged meaningfully with anything that I've said. So cool. But also, do you acknowledge the experience that a woman would have in this bag being different than a man in said bag?
Totally. I don't think that
experience then, because of the realities that the women face being in this same society, that benefits all the people that are on the winning side of these schisms, right? Do you
Can you be more specific in that?
Can
you be more specific in that? Benefits all the people? Okay.
So white supremacy benefits white people more. Patriarchy benefits men more, etc. Right?
Gotcha.
Ableism, elevates able. So when we think about the people who are not a part of the in group, what do we expect that experience to be, and why would they need to be beholden to a system that has not prioritized their best interest?
Why should women be beholden to a system that doesn't prioritize their best interest?
And the first part. What was the first part?
You repeat it for me.
Okay.
The first part?
I use my low voice. I know a lot of times it's a lot easier for men to understand. I'm going to use the low voice.
No, it's not the tone of your voice. It's that you said a lot of things, and I want to just make sure I address both points. So I just went. What was your first point?
So in a system that benefits one side more than the other, why in that system where we're all in it, but having different experiences, why would the person that is not benefiting from the different isms be holden to that system? What benefit does the person who is not prioritized have it in investing in such a system?
Okay. So I think one of the things that the way that I like to think about it is, and I think of this even in a lot of my own interpersonal relationships, because I personally do believe in quite like gender normative relationships. Like I don't personally believe in providing very much in a relationship. But um, in terms of how people, relate to one another, I think a lot of the benefit comes through. I think a lot of the way that I kind of see the benefit for an individual in that system to do that is that unless you believe that you can change the system and its functionality on a broader level, if you and unless you're committed to actually doing that and making the actual changes, I think it's more effective to try to work within a system to make incremental changes within it. I'm a kind of incremental change person over a radical change person. So I believe that if you have no choice but to exist within the system, as women do, then I don't think that then you're going to be in the system no matter how much you try to divest from it or not. So with that, I think it's best to try to form the system and mold the system to one that is more beneficial to oneself than to say like throw your hands up and maybe just critique it without trying to fundamentally work through those things within the system. Because I think when you work through those things, in the end, you begin to then start bearing the positive benefits of said system. But I don't think that you ever get to that place if you move from a place of divestment entirely. Does that make sense? Does that address what you're saying?
It does, but I think that based off of my observation of this conversation, I understand your perspective, but I think it might be difficult to really understand the perspective of the person who isn't getting benefit from that system. Right? So when you don't have
So
priority.
can I just say something? So I know it's not a woman's perspective. A queer perspective is not a woman's perspective, and that's individually different from a male perspective and a hetero cis normative perspective as well. But it is in its own way different in certain ways. And our community, the queer community, has long since worked in many different ways to try to what people consider to say like meet people where they're at. And in the queer community and the gay community, there is a lot of conversation amongst queer people as to whether or not you should, like, there are people whose family are not full-throatedly accepting of them when they come out, and they move away and never speak to their family for the rest of their life. And then there are people who come back for a couple of, holidays here and there until the family feels a little bit more okay with it, and then they work through things in that way. I can't say for any individual person that, hey, your family who has inflicted this trauma against you, maybe your parents beat you when you were a kid because you were switching. Maybe, they were verbally abusive to you. Maybe you were homeless as a kid because your parents found out that you were gay and they kicked you out of the house. all things that a man could do to a woman. He could beat her, he could kick her out of a house that was her own. He could do all kinds of things to a woman and be upheld by a patriarchal system. And as a queer person, it can be very easy to just say, well, let's just divest entirely from a system that doesn't seek to support us in any way and that is not made for us because it's made for heterosis normative people. And we could just like take our hands off. And there are many people who have that kind of approach to queer politics. And then there are people who say, you know, whether we have to take them kicking and screaming and pulling every hair out of their head to make them side with us and make them see that we're normal, see that we are not people that deserve being beat up on, see that we deserve to just be able to live in peace like everybody else. There are people who say that we're going to fight and we're going to engage those people who are harmful to us until they see that.
Are we allowed?
And so, yeah.
Are we allowed to beat them up?
You can do whatever you want to do. You know, I'm just saying that they're not these are not perspectives that have not been broadly explored. You know, radicalism versus incrementalism.
Can we beat them? How can I pass the algorithm? Beyond life.
Look, you can do whatever you want, but
you know what? I never considered that perspective. Ladies, if a man is putting his hands on you, we did not consider beating him beyond life. I did not consider liberating him from life. This was actually a unique perspective that I didn't personally pick up from Bell Hook's work, but
I think just to say, I do think that, you know, if you are speaking specifically to the point of physical violence.
No,
then,
I agree. If he's putting his hands on you, liberate him from life. I completely agree with you.
No,
actually, and I asked you, and you just said, I don't care what you do, which sounded like an endorsement. 100%.
Yeah, you know, if that's what makes you feel better,
it does.
Yeah, that's what makes you feel better. I mean, there are people who experience, you know, physical violence from their parents, and if every person murdered their parents because they experienced physical violence from them,
I don't like that word. I said liberate from life.
Sorry, liberate from life. If everyone liberated themselves, their parents from life because of the abuse that they feel like they experienced from them, I don't think that we would feel like the world was better. I don't think we'd be like, oh yeah, you know, they're getting back, you know, they're clearing themselves from the trauma, you know.
That's beyond the scope of my example. I was just mentioning women and the men who abuse them physically.
But this is what I only say this because I've been in therapy, and it's like in a lot of, you know, had a lot of psychological debates with therapists over many years.
No, wait. You know, I'm gonna ask about that.
Mm-hmm.
You've been with therapists, or you've been having psychological debate with them? So when you say psychological debate, are you like having discussion with therapists, or are you with your therapist and having a back and forth?
Both, because I've always had a great curiosity about, because I have always been a kind of person who, like, I don't really see a lot of things in the same way that other people see them, and I've always had a lot more empathy for people than a majority of people, and I've also always had a greater desire to see people change than to see people punished. So I've always liked psychology, because if you actually believe in therapy, if you believe in those kinds of things, then you understand that, you know, there really isn't any difference between your dad beating you and your boyfriend beating you. And if you want to create spaces in your brain that make one a more sinister monster than the other, or try to believe that one is a trauma that is worth more than the other, then that's a conversation and a battle you can do on your own time. But I just don't think that you're actually going to come to that conclusion at the end of any worthwhile therapy. You know,
What you think they beat you for the same reason?
I think that the reason doesn't matter. And I think that if you consider the kind of body take score ideology behind abuse, then the way that your body processes and holds trauma, whether, you know, your parents are berating you, you know, because you're just not going to be good for anything on all the time for years upon years upon years, and giving you spankings for things that you just can't seem to understand. Or it's a lot of times that is the kind of person who ends up in a relationship with a guy who backhands you when you say something that he thinks is smart. And you know
No.
why you stay? You stay because you experienced that with your parents, and you learned that, hey, I still love my parents. I haven't gone and killed my parents because they talked and physically abused me this way. Why should I do that to a lover? Right? Then the ethics of reactionary violence and divestment and those things don't do anything for you from stopping yourself from spotting the pattern that actually says it's your love affair with
Oh,
abuse.
it'll keep
That's
you.
actually
I
why you're
believe
getting
it'll,
abused.
I believe it'll keep you alive.
Good.
I'm curious about what you mentioned about this empathy that you have.
Mhm.
When you consider the experience that women have in this patriarchy, white supremacy, all the above, do
Mhm.
you think that do you think that in mass, the interests of women who are cisgender and heterosexual are in conflict with the interests of queer men? Do you think that there's enmity between those two identity groups?
Do I think their interests are in conflict? I
And do you
think
think
they're
there's inherent like anonymity, not anonymity, like aggression words today between those two groups? Like, do you think that they have issues with each other?
I think that they can have issues between each other. I think I generally, in my experience, I have found that the greater when I have had any kind of meaningful, like, you know, lack of, like, any kind of meaningful negative interaction with a woman, generally I have later found that that was predicated by some level of like patriarchy that they are like upholding that I didn't maybe see to begin with, you know? So like I don't necessarily feel that, like, I feel that women who are feminists, who are like genuine feminists and who believe in the liberation of oppressed people, don't generally have a lot of problems with queer people. But when I meet when I have problems with queer people, or when I see the most of the problems that I see between queer communities and cis heteronormative women, or cis normal gendered women, lie in these weird defenses of things that kind of exist under patriarchy that women sometimes feel a necessity to uphold, you know. But I don't personally believe, it's not my perspective, that there is anything inherently um like divisive about queer people and women and their relationship to one another. If anything, I think we have a lot more in common than separate, you know.
Thank you. I'm
Mhm.
gonna hop down.
Loving
You're not
men.
even gonna talk to me on your own show, Themis? On your own
About
show,
what?
Themis?
About wait, what would I what do you mean?
No, I'm just saying. I came up here. I thought I would at least get a hello.
Oh, Petty was the one who wanted to talk to you, I think.
Okay.
Right, Petty? I
You
didn't
were
know that was you
you were
either. I
team
just
block him.
huh?
You were team block him.
Block who you?
Yeah.
I mean, well, how are you unblocked since we're here?
I don't know.
Loving men is easy because they're beautiful.
Somebody said that's so hilarious.
Bell hooks. Y'all,
Y'all old souls can't take abuse because you're not graced by God.
that's wild. um,
This ethical normalization of women's abuse. Got it. Let's send all the abusers into his care. Then he will take them all with open arms. The kids' pajamas. All I'm hearing is women are punching bags. And if a woman doesn't want to be one, then she isn't, quote, built for it. She's weak. He respects women. Would you like to? I love your channel. Hey, everybody. Hello. Be sure to leave a like, by the way, guys. It helps the algorithm. No, you don't possess a loving ethic. You possess a hatred for women.
I would just love to know what I mean, because I wasn't reading the comments anyway, so it's fine. But I don't personally feel as though anything I said is in any way indicative of a hatred for women. I think I simply, and I quite specifically said that the ethic that I believe in is not one for everybody. And in more explicit terms, it's not for the faint of heart. I don't, it's like saying that everyone should be Buddhist. Everyone can't be Buddhist. Everyone, we all talk about Christianity and, turn the other cheek and stuff. There are far more forgiving religions than Christianity. And, I have a very spiritual way of seeing the world. I like to look at different religions and take the things that I feel like they do the strongest and implement them into my line of thinking. And what I don't like about Christianity is, how it pretends to, use like this like judgment and brimstone and fire and brimstone upon people as though that is some way of, deterring people from negative behavior. We just have way too much evidence that it's not. And so that's why I don't believe in utilizing it for said reasons. But I also, as I like just be very clear, I don't believe in people doing stupid things, So if you are in a relationship and your guy pushed you, you had an argument and something and you're in the kitchen and someone kind of just you're getting up in their face and they push you away, get away from me, I don't want to talk to you, and they physically put their hand on you and push you, you could say, I think that push is later on going to turn into a punch and later on will turn into more violence. And so this is not a kind of relationship that I might be in. And you could also say, you put your hands on me, you never put your hands on me again. Otherwise, you never see me again. And you can work from there. I just don't think that, and that's why I said like fighting, because I think it's too easy to say the obvious. Someone punches you in the face, you leave them. That's obvious, But when someone is really like running down your self-esteem because they're like verbally abusive and they maybe don't do it in a way that is like easy to say you're abusing me, but they just know how to nick you down little by little by little. like death by 1,000 cuts, and then you realize you're a different person. This person never hit you, but you feel like you've been like cut up like a bot and put into a body bag. You know, so not all kinds of abuse are as apparent, and so I think sometimes you have to really think about like how relationships, like how you want to build the kind of relationships that you have in order to, you know what kind of relationship you want. I think that's all I want to say.
And you fought the therapist on this.
I have fought my therapist on many things. I love to fight a therapist.
I find that funny. Not I fight my therapist too.
I think fighting a therapist is like the most like is the most fun way for me to test whatever like ideas or ways I think I feel about the world or how I see the world, and to have someone who I know is smarter than me
Oh,
break
I
those
meant
down.
like a fist fight. Nah, I
Oh,
was
shut up, girl.
talking
No.
about my dad left me. Why would you say that? Made me mad. Sorry, you can continue. I apologize.
No, you're fine.
Briefly, because it is getting late. I do apologize.
No, I'm good. I said hopefully some things that help clarify what I meant by the statements that I made, and I wasn't trying to trigger anyone into like obviously if you are a victim of interpersonal violence or any kind of violence, it's,
Did you see
you know,
the comment asked you your thoughts on Diddy? They wanted to know your thoughts on Diddy.
oh my God. I mean, I think my thoughts on Diddy are the most obvious thoughts on Diddy. He belongs underneath a jail somewhere, you know. But I think he belongs underneath a jail somewhere. But I do think as well that like there's just so much about that world and the kinds of things that happen in it that are disgusting that I think people are sadly, let's say this, as a gay person who grew up in New York, lived in New York my whole life in the, you know, I'm I've lived in New York throughout all the generations which Diddy has been in New York. And I was an early 2000s party girl. And I partied in the city at a lot of these same kind of clubs that were very popular in fashion circles, etc.
Oh, I
And
thought you were my age. You
no,
can continue.
and I'm old. And I'll just say that, you know, there's so much behavior that was inappropriate at that time that was simply just like tolerated because there were no cameras. Like, I really feel like people just can't understand how much how much power the omission of surveillance made people feel, right? Because like before there were cameras everywhere and post 9/11 and all that kind of stuff, the city was Gotham. You know, New York really was Gotham. There really were, you know, the sex parties with the celebrities and drugs and crazy things happening with people very underage. Like I went to my very first nightclub when I was like 16 in Meatpacking District with like the Hiltons and people like that. Like that time in the city was all about being the young hot thing and meeting a Mr. Big kind of like we were all watching Sex in the City. We all wanted to be Carrie Bradshaw and we all wanted to meet a sleazy guy like Big who was gonna like take us to an expensive dinner and bring us up to his penthouse apartment in the middle of Manhattan. Like that's what 2000 to 2010 New York City was about.
We
And
all
some
did
of us
it.
lived that life. No.
Teddy, you remember how you talk about the thing in the shower, the thing in the shower, and like shoving it down the drain and thinking everyone did that.
No, like I mean, that was the life of a very certain city girl in New York at that time, and not just girl but guy and many other between. Let's say there are celebrities that I slept with who are gay celebrities who have since had accusations against
Name
them.
them. Name them. You
No,
no, don't name them. Don't name them.
no, but
Put them in the private chat.
they have since had accusations come out against them that were very public. And when they came out, I said with my friends, not surprised. You know how he moves. You know the kind of parties that this person throws. You know how they get a little aggressive, how they get a little, oh, hey, oh no, this is a private party. Everybody inside, nobody's getting out until, like, it's a world of certain kinds of things that I just think is really inappropriate, that just has so much darkness that it's shrouded in, that I'm just very happy has passed us. I do think the kids have made the world a little bit healthier, even if it's more boring now. You know?
Understood. You can put the names in the private chat though. Thank
I
you.
ain't telling you guys, you gotta pay for that. You gotta pay for that kind
No,
of tea.
we're not gonna tell the
Themis got it. Send me a few super chats. I'm kidding. No, I mean, like, literally, like, if I slept with 3 gay celebrities, 2 of the 3 had, like, in the big newspaper allegations.
what type of allegations would you say they had and during
They
what
had
time frame?
they had allegations. Well, one had allegations of sleeping with a guy who was underage. Not surprised, because when I met him, I
What
was
time frame
borderline.
when did these allegations come out, would you say?
I'm not telling you. I'm not giving you. I can't. They're too prominent. So
You'd say, but like recently though, like this year.
they're within the last 5 years. Last
Around
5 to
COVID
10.
time.
Last 5 to 10. One
So
was before COVID.
Before COVID. Like
One
a
was
year
after COVID.
before.
And look, and I'll give you this hint too. And here's the tea. Both of them were black. Ain't it crazy? Not one white man I slept with ever got into the newspaper. The random rich
No,
black guys.
No, they weren't married.
No, they're like known homosexuals. They're not like out and about, but they're
what do
known.
I care about? What?
No, these are like extremely famous people, unfortunately. One of them is really sadly unfortunate.
They're okay. Well, okay then. Now I don't care no more.
Oh, you don't care because they're famous?
No, you said they're no home.
No, I mean, like, they're not like in the gay scene. People know that they are gay, but they're not like, oh, this person, gay activist. Like, no, they're just like black celebrities. They've had allegations. And it's like, when you ask me about what Cassie, it's like men of a certain wealth class move and behave in a certain kind of way, especially in big cities.
Are you saying they have abuse allegations? You have proof, but you will not come out against them.
Oh, I'm saying, like, they had all of their allegations were litigated and everything like that, finished and sealed. They're not surprises. I just don't want to go online. I don't want to. I'm not a clout chaser, because that's what, like, real girls who mess with celebrities, we don't talk about, because that would make me like a bird. I would never talk about,
No, we're not talking about celebrities. Now, would you say one of them may have been with like a white girl, maybe teenager?
No, these guys have never been with women. These guys don't get with women. No.
Do they present like they get with women?
They do. You would think that they were, but they're not. And they're both big creatives too, which is really sad, the creative industry, big hits, But one was basically a very similar to kind of, Cassie scenario, where it was like, oh, not like the video, but like he forced me to stay here beyond my will, and basically wouldn't let me leave his place until I, had sex with him. And when I heard that story come out, it was just so crazy because like I said, I have a very loving ethic. When I met this guy, he moved in a very similar way. He invited me to a party at his home. I didn't know he was a celebrity, so I arrived there and I thought it was just oh wow, this person really owns a lot of this very famous artist work. Who is it? And then everybody at the party knew who he was but me. So here I am, and so I stayed, and then he didn't want me to leave. Basically, he didn't want me to leave with everybody else who was there. And in a
And then
similar,
you were like, I'm gonna tell your wife, sir. And he was like, keep my
well,
wife's name.
he didn't have a wife. He didn't have a wife. Otherwise,
okay.
that would be easier. But
Got
no,
it.
but he basically kind of made me stay in his place as well, and didn't let me leave. And we did also end up having intimate relations together. But it wasn't he didn't make me say I didn't feel oh, this is so, he made me that I couldn't go. It was go back downstairs and I'll tell you when everybody is gone, you can come back upstairs kind of thing, because I don't want them thinking the party is still going. And could I have said, no, I'm leaving now? Yes, probably, but I didn't. So, it's I think of that person who sued him. I always think, well, that guy, I'm if I wanted to, I could have went to the police and said, hey, I was with this celebrity. I wanted to go home and he wouldn't let me. And then I had to stay and sleep with him. The way that you phrase things can sound crazy very easily,
Yeah, it can sound crazy. It can sound like there's a victim, a perpetrator, an assault happening.
Yes, it can. But also, like I'm saying, as an adult, if you and I are an adult, and you hanging out at my house, and I have a bunch of people at my house, it's a house party, and I want everyone to leave the house party and for us to just hang out. So I say, hey, I set up a hookah in the next room over there, and there's a whatever. If you want to hang out in here with the hookah while I get everybody out of here, just go hang out in the room while I get everybody out of here. Will you say that that's the person forcing you to stay in that room?
I feel
I
feel uncomfortable, a little coerced. You have all this power, and I'm just me.
Yeah.
Everyone's talking about all this power you have, and you're some big star.
But I mean, really, Petty, if that was you, would you feel that was enough to say that you were coerced to stay, just because the person was a celebrity? I'm not wooed by celebrities, so I didn't stay because he was a celebrity. I stayed because I kind of like dudes when they're a little bit because he's a Gemini. He gives very, forceful ways.
You didn't say that. Geminis are forceful.
Sorry.
They would toss it out. The police would toss it right out.
He had a very manly kind of assertive way about him. Some people don't like assertiveness. Some people like more passive behavior.
Yeah.
I personally respond to assertive behavior. So that's where I'm saying that there's just so much stuff that goes on. I think a lot of it's nasty. Celebrities are weird.
Good. Well, we are over time. It is not for me to decide if you are a victim or not. Thank you for coming and giving your thoughts on bell hooks and some insight into kind of it's not empathy, it's lack of self-worth. Where's his empathy for abused women?
I would love to know where you saw a lack of empathy. If you could give me one single sentence that I stated that sounded like any kind of lack of empathy, I'd be really interested.
When I said women should kill their abuser, and it felt like you got upset instead of being like, yeah.
Petty, I actually don't think it's funny to play around about physical abuse. So if
No,
I
that
didn't,
I
if,
was not
no,
playing at
no,
all.
also, okay. So that's yeah. I can't tell by your deadpan
And
delivery sometimes
I feel you could
because
have provided I feel you could have provided sympathy, because I feel like it is well known that when women do something like that, they tend to be treated poorly by the justice system. But we're more worried about their abuser being given sympathy.
Huh?
I feel like when women react to abuse, they're treated poorly compared to the actual abuser. Like
Okay.
the news cycle currently has been
You're
back to
saying
back.
you're
Like I
saying
feel
you
like
feel
that would have
like
been what I said earlier would have been like a good opportunity. I feel like
you're saying you feel like, but it's not a feeling. That's just a reality. That's a fact. It's not. You don't have to feel like women are, not believed or that they're punished for reacting. That's
oh
just the
well, yes,
truth.
I agree. It is concrete.
Yeah, it's not a feeling. It's the truth. And I agree with you because I pointed that out when I was mentioning um, interpersonal violence and
We
people
sped past
responding
it.
to that.
We sped
Yeah,
right past it. We spent a
yeah,
lot of time on empathy for abusers.
yeah. So
That's where I feel like people feel there was a lack of empathy for abused women.
well, I mean, you asked me to come up and explain how I have empathy for abusers. So it would be kind of weird if you asked me to explain how I have empathy for abusers, and I answered by saying how I have empathy for women. I think it's inherent that I have empathy for women. That's why I didn't spend my time answering questions about my perspective in talking glowingly about how
I
much
would.
I respect women.
I
I
would.
I I would answer a question that I'm asked and not a question that I'm not asked in an answer.
You can frame your conversation through that lens. You can absolutely frame your conversation through that lens. You could do both. It doesn't have to be one or the other.
I think that there's a desire from this generation to have people do both of everything at all times,
Like
and
it ain't
that's
no way
why
you, it is no
that's
way
why you don't
there is no
understand
way
things.
no there is no way you came up
It's
here to
called a
give this.
perspective.
There
It's
is
called a
no way.
perspective.
There is no way you came up
It's
here
not,
to
oh,
give
that's your
this
perspective. You could do both.
conversation. No, I reject the notion that you came up here with this conversation about nuance for abuse, and then your response to this is, "Oh, how can I do that? I'm just here to answer a question about abuse."
No, 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 no. Words matter, Petty. Petty,
Yeah,
words matter. I really
they
like you.
do.
I really like you, but words matter. And when you start speaking emotionally, then you start actually missing facts about things. So when I speak specifically about how I feel that people who are abused should never and don't have any obligation to actually stay with abusers, I mean that. When I say that it is an ethic that is being articulated by Bell Hooks as to her perspective, that a loving ethic is one that she feels is more prescriptive to dealing with men's problems, then that is my perspective on that. To conflate the two for the fun and the whatever it does for you individually,
It does.
it's fine. It's fine. But I just want to make sure that I make it very clear verbatim that none of said things were ever said in such a way. So, however, you're misinterpreting intentionally is not going to work in this thing because I came drinking water this time and I'm
Yeah,
not high.
I
And I'm not
misconstrued.
high.
Yeah,
So,
my apologies. I
um,
misconstrued
yeah, yeah, there you
the
go.
violence for like it was the Gemini or something. A
Yeah,
true Bell
yeah,
Hook devotee here.
yeah, true. I mean, I think
There
it's
you go.
important that words mean
Hello.
things.
Good evening.
That's all.
Hello, Majulia.
Hello.
How is everyone? I was enjoying the live and I was just wanted to ask um, a question to the guest.
Hello.
Well,
Um, how do you talk so much?
How do I talk so much?
Yeah, it's like, do you have like, do you take a breath? Because you
you just keep going on and on and on. Like, how does that work?
So,
Oh, you're so quiet now. That is crazy.
would you like for me to respond take the high road or the low road?
Either.
Okay. Um,
But preferably I would like for no road, because you just keep talking.
well, why would you want someone to stop talking and then ask them a question? Good night. Don't play with me.
You done? Oh, there you go. Now we can wrap it up because he's done.
I love you too. How do the kids do it? Is it like, I don't know. I think that's bad. I don't know. I don't know how to do it. But I love you too. I love you too. Love and light. Fruitcake gang
Wait, is
gang.
that my shirt? Can I stand up? Stand up.
I didn't know that there was merch.
Wait, no, I
Look at
said stand
that.
up.
No,
Why
That's
not?
cute.
it's faded.
I just want to see it on standing. I've never seen it. I don't have merch. But
No one's ever seen me stand before. I feel like it'll give my
Themis,
height away.
Themis, I have to tell you that I initially followed your channel all those years back only because I loved your graphic that you have of yourself, because I do a lot of Illustrator work myself. And I was like, whoever did this little like emoji this is a really good graphic. And so I liked
Is
your
this
little
Nika
head there.
Bubbles?
You said
No,
what?
Okay.
One of you
Hello.
going and going.
Hello.
Not anyone to
Good
talk to.
evening. Hold on. Good evening. Hello, everyone. How are you guys doing?
Hey.
Hey.
So, I feel like we have some business to attend to. Is it okay if we wrap this up?
All right. Let's
I-
go in the after show. I appreciate that. I'll come in the Discord. All right. Final thoughts, and we can go. Under 2 minutes. Patty.
Are we going around?
Sure.
All right, Joseph, we're going to start with you and we'll go down the list. You can, final thoughts. You can clap back to Miss Jigglypuff. You could respond to the comments. You can give whatever needs to be given, or you can drag me. It's your 30 seconds to do whatever you want to do. Are you frozen? Okay. Well, I want to apologize. Obviously, tensions were high, and while discussing themes of abuse, I made a critical mistake, and I confused someone being a victim of potential sexual violence or abuse with actually the person just being a Gemini, and that's just how Geminis are. I conflated those two things because I had a poor understanding of the situation, and I won't do that again. All right, who's next?
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. This was great reviewing Bell Hooks. Probably won't review another Bell Hooks book, but if you all want me to, I will, because I do this for you all, and I love and appreciate you all so very much. Thank you. Bye. Miss Jigglypuff and the
I just want to say, I hope everyone has a wonderful night. I hope you all weren't too disturbed by anything that was going on, that you had other things to do when it got a bit challenging. Gentlemen. Well, it's good to see you, Petty. You're a cutie pie. And oh, Themis is back. Oh God, Petty. And oh yeah, Petty, are you going live on your channel? Because some people seem to have the expectation that you will be. So I wanted to make sure that was understood.
Right now,
Why you look? Okay, and
I'm
that's
going
why
live next
your
week,
ass.
and I'm inviting a friend on. We're going to talk about some traumatic stuff. If you guys want to come,
Wow. Okay.
Y'all definitely want to be there for that. You know, definitely. I will.
oh,
when you-
she gave me some more. She gave me some unrelated info that I want to do too. Apparently, one of these.
wait. She don't
high-profile-
watch this channel, right?
Hmm?
She don't
No.
watch this. Okay, girl, go ahead.
Apparently, one of these pastors on YouTube was in her DMs. One of these supposed faithful pastors. And now I want to do a series where women DM pastors on Instagram because I feel like they are unfaithful. That's like unrelated. I just happened to find that out.
No, but the story she's about to tell, I'm going to review it. Please don't be long-winded, because keep it under 2 hours so I can review it. Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Prince Petty. I really appreciated this. And when you do your video, let me know. I will repost it because I'm going to be there seated. And also I will be reviewing it. So those two things. All right. Bye. Thank you, Level Up.
You're welcome. Good night, everyone.
All right, we're going in the Discord because we have mess to get into. Bye. Wait, don't leave.